The EU preparing a third tranche of sanctions against Russia, seeming to target Vladimir Putin himself, along with Russia's foreign minister. We take a closer look at how the West has been reacting. And amidst the fighting, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urges Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiating table. The Kremlin, for its part, says it's ready to send a delegation to Minsk for talks. Hello and welcome to France 24's special continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin has just called on the Ukrainian army to remove the leadership in Kyiv as Russia's invasion of the country enters its second day. Well, there has been fighting in the capital as Russian troops enter from the north. Strikes hit the city overnight, and its mayor has said that the city is entering a defensive phase after authorities earlier urged Kyiv residents to brace for battle. Well, meanwhile, thousands of Ukrainians have been seeking shelter or looking to escape the fighting, the UN estimating that 100,000 residents have fled their homes. Our senior reporter, Catherine Norris-Trent, is in the southeastern city of Zaporizhia. She has more on how residents are scrambling to stay safe as Russian forces move into the area.
Well, there's a great deal of panic and fear here, as we've seen in towns and cities across Ukraine. Earlier on, there was a bomb alert in this city where I am, Zaporizhia, in central southeastern Ukraine, and people hurriedly rushed down to bomb shelters. I mean, these are scenes that have been playing out all over the city, but just let me give you a flavour from here in this city. Old people, women with children, visibly afraid. I mean, one woman we spoke to, it was her son's second birthday, and she was desperately trying to keep them calm and telling us, you know, she was happy that they were able to do something to celebrate with a birthday cake to try and keep the children happy, but at the same time asking, you know, what kind of future they could have. Other people visibly distressed, tears in their eyes, telling us, as so many others have done, that they don't know where to go. They don't know where's going to be safe, because this is very much a feature of this multi-pronged invasion, this assault, that city after city keeps being attacked. Different targets are being bombed. It's very hard for people to keep up with what is actually happening in real time, and that in itself is creating panic. So people are looking to get to safety, but every time they get to a safer place, then there starts to be more alerts where they get to now. In this city, in the southeastern Ukraine, heading up towards the center, we've just seen quite a sizable convoy of Ukrainian military logistics vehicles heading west, so heading perhaps towards the capital or perhaps towards other strategic sites, because there have been strikes on several logistical or military important targets. Here in the province of Zaporizhia, for example, the border force reported being struck, coming under deadly missile fire by Russian forces there. And the port city of Mariupol, right down in the southeast, only around 20 kilometers from what was the line of contact for so long, that line between Ukrainian government-controlled territory and that land occupied by Russian-backed separatists there. Well, that city is now coming under intense fire, we're hearing, and that's a key logistical point too. So there are so many strikes basically in so many areas that it's difficult for people to keep up with what's going on and where to go to safety. And there's obviously a huge amount of military activity focused on the capital, Kiev, but it's far from the only front, as we've been saying. So you've got here in the south where things seem to be developing fast, with reports of Russian troops moving up from Crimea and taking strategic points along the Dnieper River, which is a city that flows, a river, which flows through this city. Then the key ports there, as I was saying, in the southeast, Mariupol. You've also got activity on the east of Ukraine along that line of contact there between the separatist-occupied Russian-backed forces there, and of course a big push from the north over the Belarusian border too, with troops heading over that border, tanks, it's reported there, surrounding the cities of Kharkiv, taking over control of the former nuclear power plant in Chernobyl, and pressing on towards the capital.
France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent reporting there. Well, in the face of the Russian assault, Ukraine is looking to mobilize men for its armed forces. And under the martial law declared by President Volodymyr Zelensky, men aged 18 to 60 are not allowed to cross the border. Some, however, have been able to reach Poland. Let's have a listen.
At 6 in the morning, my parents called me from Kiev. They said war broke out. We live 600 kilometers from the capital. At 7 a.m., they bombed the airport of my town. We packed our things and came here.
We came here with the whole family. We then brought our pets with us. We didn't want to leave them behind. We were welcomed very nicely. Although it took very long at the border, we don't regret that we came here. For now, we will stay here in Poland. We feel welcome and we were offered a hotel, food for free, and then we will drive somewhere, either to Krakow or to Warsaw.
Our correspondent in Poland, Magdalena Trudownik, has been covering this for us. She sent us this report.
I'm here in Przemyśl, where around 5,000 people has already arrived through this checkpoint. And I was just speaking with the Ukrainians who've been arriving to Poland, waiting for the pickups. They have families here, so they will come and pick them up, or they will continue to the other countries. They've been telling us story about the bombings. They will telling us stories about 50 years old cannot leave the country. So a lot of men of age between 18 and 60 years old cannot leave the country. So a lot of men are taken out of the trains and they cannot come to Poland. So this is a very difficult situation for us. As I spoke with our colleagues on the other side, they said that there are tens of kilometers long queues already on the other side. And but the procedures is taking quite long because they are checking documents, they are checking everyone who's trying to cross the border. Polish government said this is more formal and more complicated on the Ukrainian side. It assured us that the Polish side is letting them go quite easily and letting them in, finding refuge here. Well, a lot of them were actually just reacting to the shock of the country being aggressed and bombed at surprise, in a sense. I mean, they were saying that they hoped for the peaceful solution of the conflict and the war, the escalation that wouldn't happen. So they were deciding very fastly to actually take their kids and grandmas and grandfathers to the safe place, because those people, they cannot go to the front line, they cannot fight for the country. And they decided to just wait for the solution, for the peace to come to Ukraine, and meanwhile find a safer place, especially for kids. This place behind me is one of the reception points in Poland, in the train station in Przemyśl. There are many kids, many elderly people waiting there for another transport to go further to Poland or the other countries.
We can cross now to Kyiv to speak to our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons, who's on the ground for us. Rob, the Ukrainian capital now in a defensive phase. What is that phase looking like so far?
Very quiet. As I was standing here waiting to come on air, there was an air raid siren. A lot of people started moving fast from the street. It's gone off now, but there are really very few people about. A lot of people, I have to say, have already left Kiev, either to go to their country homes nearby, or in many cases to try to make it to the Polish border or to other big towns like Lviv, near the Polish border. The ones that have stayed, by and large, have been keeping, as they've been advised to do, at home. The Ukrainian government has told them to do that, and to be frank, there's not very much to tempt anybody out onto the street at the moment. The shops are all shut, most people aren't going to work, the factories are all shut, the metro by and large is still working. Just a few lines closed, but the city is feeling very dead at the moment, and in suspense.
Now, Ukrainian authorities, as you just said, are urging residents to stay inside, but they've also been urging those who are willing to come forward to take up arms and defend the country, specifically asking men between the ages of 18 and 60 to do so. What have you seen of these mobilization efforts so far?
Well, we've met one or two people just on the street, who have been part of these organizations, territorial defense groups. And they're saying they're just waiting for the orders from their commanders to go and serve. These are people who, by and large, have got military experience, who know how to use weapons, who have served in the past, many of them in the Donbass part of eastern Ukraine against Russian-backed separatists. So, they know what they're doing. They're the reservists that the Ukrainian government has been talking about. So the Ukraine does seem to be prepared to put up a pretty strong fight. There's a 200,000 strong regular army, and by all accounts, the fighting looks like it's going to be quite protracted. The Russian advance hasn't been as fast as the Russians had hoped it would be. They don't seem to have got control of any of the major cities yet. Places like Mariupol, Kharkiv, for instance, Odessa, or Lviv, of course, still completely in Ukrainian control, and Kiev as well. So, very little progress at this stage. There were reports earlier on today that there was fighting on the outskirts of Kiev at a place called Abalon, but I've just been talking to people who came back from Abalon who said there is no fighting going on there now. So if there was fighting before, it's all over, and the Ukrainians are still in control.
And what about last night? Kiev was targeted by strikes.
Yes, there were airstrikes during the night, missile strikes. Some limited damage. There were a couple of missiles that landed early morning near the Ministry of Defense. Whether or not the ministry was the target is impossible to say, but it looks rather likely. But no great damage done, just a lot of noise and alarm for ordinary Ukrainians. But they seem to be quite phlegmatic about it. I spoke to two old ladies on the street this afternoon and said, "Are you worried? Are you frightened?" And they said, "No, not at all. We're fine. We feel they're quite comfortable in the situation." And then the air raid sirens started and they scurried off. But that's the sort of attitude that people seem to have, those that have stayed at least.
All right, Rob Parsons, thank you so much for that update from Kyiv, and we'll be hearing from him later on in the program. Well, in its targeting of key infrastructure sites, Russia has taken control of the former Chernobyl nuclear plant, according to its defense ministry. Ukraine's nuclear agency says it's now recording increased radiation levels at the site, a change it expects could be due to the movement of heavy military equipment in the area. Radiation levels are not critical for the time being. Well, Chernobyl was the scene of the world's worst nuclear accident in 1986 and remains radioactive. Emerald Maxwell has the latest.
The Ukrainian president called Russia's attack on Chernobyl a declaration of war against the whole of Europe. Alarm bells are ringing after Russian troops captured the site of the defunct power plant, one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Ukraine's nuclear agency says it has since recorded increased radiation levels from the area due to the movement of heavy military equipment stirring up radioactive dust into the air. It specified, though, that the levels are not critical for the time being. The Russian Defense Ministry said it was working with the Ukrainian military and service personnel to ensure radioactive security.
Background radioactivity in the region is normal. The station's personnel continue to service the nuclear power plant in regular mode and are monitoring the radioactive situation.
The Ukrainian side hasn't confirmed it's cooperating, but the risk is if it doesn't, invading troops may not know to avoid certain lethally dangerous hotspots in the area. The French foreign minister told a French radio station that the International Atomic Energy Agency is keeping a close eye on the safety measures in place there.
If, though, these safeguards do not work, then Russia will bear full responsibility.
But why would Russia target this radioactive wasteland? Just 16 kilometers south of the Belarusian border and some 100 kilometers north of Kyiv, Chernobyl runs along a logical line of attack as the shortest route from Belarus, where tens of thousands of Russian troops massed in the run-up to the invasion, to Ukraine's capital. With its main road connecting it to Kyiv, the site could have been taken as a staging point for troops and equipment. The Russians could also be banking on any equipment stored there not being targeted for bombing, given the high risk of doing so. taking Chernobyl could also be symbolically significant for Putin, as the disaster contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and a signal to the West not to interfere with his plans.
Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been giving regular addresses to the nation, and in a video earlier today, he urged his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to sit down at the negotiating table for talks to bring an end to the fighting.
Хочу еще раз обратиться к президенту Российской Федерации. По всей территории Украины идут бои. Давайте садиться за стол переговоров, чтобы остановить гибель людей.
We're now going to welcome to the program Orisia Lutsevich, head of the Ukraine Forum at the UK-based think tank Chatham House. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. Now, as we just heard in that clip from Zelensky there urging Putin to come to the negotiating table, well, following that video, the Kremlin has now said that it's ready to hold talks with Ukraine in Minsk. Does this mean hopes for diplomacy aren't dead after all?
Well, I read this as a message of humiliation, especially with everything that happens with Minsk as a country, as the capital of the country of Belarus that is annexed by Russia, and also by the last nail in the coffin of Minsk agreements that Putin has pronounced by declaring the independence and recognizing the independence of these puppet install military regimes in the East. So it's not a serious offer of negotiations. It's actually humiliation.
Well, Minsk as a location for these talks is deliberate. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, is one of Putin's closest allies. How has the relationship between these two leaders shaped this conflict?
I don't think we should use the term allies for Lukashenko. Lukashenko is a legitimate president of Belarus that has been similar to Bashar al-Assad, propped by Putin to stay in power, so that Putin can use the territory of Belarus as an onslaught on Ukraine and also as a threat to the eastern flank of NATO. So Lukashenko has neither no agency nor legitimacy. Everything is decided by Putin.
So Putin has been leveraging his relationship with Lukashenko to place his troops where he believes strategic.
Well, absolutely, and those troops will remain there to both threaten Ukraine and to threaten NATO, because remember, this is not just about Ukraine. When Putin put his diplomatic ultimatums on the table, he said specifically the NATO infrastructure has to move away from its eastern flank, and he claimed a certain influence over the countries of former Warsaw Pact, the countries of Eastern Europe, such as Romania, Poland, Baltic states. He is threatening Europe, not just Ukraine.
And what would Russian troops staying for longer term in Belarus mean for the rest of Europe?
It basically means another military base in Europe that is controlled and boosted by Russia. It makes Poland quite vulnerable because of the small stripe of land called Suwalki Gap that has been a well-known vulnerability of NATO bloc. So we are seeing a very close proximity of Russia to what is now a collective security alliance of NATO.
Now, the U.S. In sanctions that it's announced throughout this conflict targeted some individuals in Belarus, but that's not likely to change the course here, is it, in terms of Putin and Lukashenko's relationship?
Well, as I've said in my previous comment, Lukashenko has no influence over his relationship with Putin. Putin is in total control of what's happening in Belarus. Let's be clear about that. Secondly, I think sanctions, it's important to look at sanctions not as a deterrence, but as something that will inflict indiscriminate cost on the Russian Federation and will cripple Putin's regime. This is what these sanctions at this point are. They're not about so much changing the calculus of Putin, but limiting access of Russia to funds, to squeeze out Russian economy, and to undermine Putin in the Kremlin.
Now, just one last question with you before we let you go. In terms of NATO reinforcing its eastern flank, what movements of material and troops have we been seeing there?
Well, we've seen the new reinforcement by the U.S. Army. We've seen the reinforcement also in the Romanian flank by the French. We see basically U.S. setting up new bases in Poland right next to western border of Ukraine. So actually Putin is achieving quite the opposite. He's giving quite strong sense of unity and purpose for NATO to defend NATO. But I think also for Ukraine, this sends a very strong message about what about Ukraine's security. There's basically a country of 42 million, the largest country in Europe, that is attacked in blank day, and the civilians are being bombed in the heart of Europe. So we are facing a major dark hour of our European history.
Orisia Lutsevich, thank you so much for your analysis here on the program today. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin has just spoken, urging the Ukrainian army to take power into their own hands.
I say again to the Ukrainian armed forces, take power. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement with you than with the gang of neo-Nazis and drug addicts that have taken the whole Ukrainian people hostage.
Here to talk about this, I'm joined here in the studio by France 24's international affairs commentator Armin Georgian. Hi, Armin.
Hi.
Putin just told the Ukrainian army to remove the leadership in Kyiv, and that's his goal, isn't it, to oust the government of Ukraine?
Well, it's quite a strange address, actually, if you break it down. You could really see the fury in Putin's eyes and in his whole demeanor. It was reminiscent of the very long TV address he gave on the eve of the massive attack on Ukraine, but a kind of really distilled moment of anger and fury, lashing out at the Ukrainian government that he called drug addicts and neo-Nazis. When I say fury, I don't know what exactly that is fury at. Is it because actually privately he's not particularly happy about how the campaign has gone militarily so far? I don't know. The official line, of course, from the Russian military spokespeople is that they've achieved X and Y and Z objective, but certainly that is not what the Ukrainian authorities are saying, or how the Western intelligence and Western governments are viewing the Ukrainian response to this attack as actually being, I don't know what the right word is to say, maybe not successful, but certainly pushing, holding up the Russian advance quite significantly on several different axes, except for the breakout from Crimea, which clearly did happen yesterday. But in any case, it's this sort of call for the Ukrainian army to advance. I think the other thing to say about this address is that it effectively pours cold water on the very, very tentative diplomatic outreach that we saw a little bit earlier this afternoon, when the Russian Foreign Ministry put out a statement saying that it was ready to hold talks with Ukrainian representatives in Belarus.
Yes. Does that signal a change here, a sort of shift, a willingness to talk?
Putin is the ultimate decider. So, I mean, the Foreign Ministry can say what it likes, but it's Putin that has the final say. So based on what I just saw from this TV address, then it sounds like he's in no mood to talk, no mood to discuss the ideas that President Zelensky mentioned in his Facebook message earlier this morning, when he said, actually taking a bit of a political risk, saying, I'm willing to discuss even the question of Ukrainian neutrality, provided that it comes with security guarantees from third countries. In response to that statement, the Russian Foreign Ministry said, okay, well, maybe there could be some sort of, talks. Obviously, it was still very vague, but now Putin has completely, seemingly, shut down that idea. However, just with the caveat, I would add, Claire, that we don't know when Putin recorded this message, because what we've learned from metadata from his previous statements is that, the address which announced the start of the war was actually recorded several days before, according to the metadata. Equally, the very orchestrated National Security Council meeting, when he dressed down his spy chief and his chief representative to the Normandy format talks, all of that was pre-recorded as well. So it's not impossible that this was pre-recorded as well. But then I suppose, why would it have been aired at the time when it was aired? Was it deliberately to throw a spanner into the works of, Russian diplomats who are perhaps ready to say yes, to play the sort of good cop, say, yeah, we're ready for some sort of diplomatic track again, but the bottom line is he doesn't seem to be in any mood for talks of any kind at this stage.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin also seeing resistance now from people at home. We saw protests in Russian cities, anti-war protests last night. How has Putin been clamping down on that dissent? Well,
the people who are, a lot of the people who protest are, known to Russian security services or police. So there were reports of some people being arrested on their way to protest, that apparently that they'd barely left their homes. But obviously there are probably others too that have joined who are, not always, regular protest goers. But certainly people that I know have posted a lot of peace signs, doves, on their Facebook accounts, people I know in Russia, which is, I suppose, their somewhat subtle way of signaling opposition to the war. They're not going to put a Ukrainian flag on their Facebook page if they're, living in a Russian city. But there are other things that they're kind of more subtly signaling that, this is not something that they want.
And how has, as we were kind of, saying before, the Kremlin's official line in state media throughout this conflict has been to state what the Russian military has achieved so far. What else have we been hearing from propaganda channels today?
Well, the balance of power, I suppose, in the long term, according to most military analysts that I follow, is that if Russia really wanted to take over Kiev and cities, if it's willing to pay the cost, and of course it is opaque about the actual casualties, so we only have estimates from the Ukrainian side, which we also have to take with a pinch of salt. But, if Putin's willing to pay that cost in manpower, then, he could obviously extend this campaign for quite a long time, for weeks, presumably. But that doesn't really tell us anything about what is there even a post-attack plan? Is it any good? Is it better than what the Americans had post-Saddam in Iraq, which became a huge quagmire? Is it better than Western plans for Afghanistan after the end of 2001 when that military intervention happened? I mean, and what to do about what if Ukrainian civilians decide to really play their part in a big way and draw Russian soldiers into, street fighting, where the conventional advantage of the Russian army becomes much less of an advantage. So there are huge questions about the long-term political goals here, Claire.
Huge questions indeed. Thanks for that analysis. France 24's Armin Georgian, and he will be joining us later on the program. Well, as Western nations continue to consult and coordinate regarding their response to Russia, NATO is holding an extraordinary summit this Friday to discuss the invasion of Ukraine. The Western Military Alliance has already announced that it has activated its defense plans and that it will reinforce its eastern flank, but it won't send troops to Ukraine as the country is not a NATO member. Well, meanwhile, the EU is working out the details of a third round of sanctions against Russia, this time appearing to target Vladimir Putin himself, along with Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Well, for the latest, we can cross live to our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating. Dave, what do we know about this new planned tranche of sanctions?
Well, this came just as the previous tranche of sanctions was adopted, actually. So Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, said that they are now urgently considering another package, and it looks like it is likely that that package will include a freezing of the assets of Vladimir Putin and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. So that would mean that they wouldn't be able to access any money that they have in the EU in banks or other financial institutions. However, it will not include a travel ban because they don't want to shut out any possible future visit that might be needed for coming to peace terms, for instance. That is in addition to what was adopted last night, which was sanctions on all of the members of the Russian parliament, a freeze on banks being able to take money on the EU financial markets, and an inability for the Russian government to get sovereign debt on the financial markets. So what could be in this further trance? Well, the big question is about SWIFT, the international bank transfer system. A lot of people, including Ukraine's president, are calling for Russia to be frozen out of that system. So far, Germany and Italy and other countries are worried about the blowback of that effect on the European economy. But I'm told that that's really what they're discussing now, whether they want to go that extra step. And some are calling it the nuclear option, expelling Russia from that SWIFT international banking system.
Now, these would be the most severe measures we've seen so far, but are there even stronger measures that the EU has in its arsenal still regarding sanctions?
SWIFT would really be the last one, I think. My suspicion is that it is unlikely we will get an inclusion of SWIFT in the sanctions that may come later tonight. I really think that Germany sees that as a very, very last resort. The fear is that if the EU goes ahead and does that, then Vladimir Putin has no reason not to shut the taps of gas for the European Union. And that's what they're really worried about. Vladimir Putin could plunge Europe into cold and darkness if he wanted to. They're kind of scrambling now to make up other sources of gas, from liquefied natural gas at different ports from other countries like Qatar, like Japan. But that's a real concern. And I think that these countries who are most exposed to that possibility are very, very hesitant to give up that last remaining thing, which just maybe could convince Vladimir Putin not to take that step in shutting off the gas taps. It is rather unseemly to be thinking about that, but it really, really could plunge people into cold and into powerlessness, and that is something a lot of governments are very worried about.
All right, Dave Keating reporting live for us there from Brussels. Thanks for that update, Dave. One of the sanctions considered to be the so-called nuclear option would be to bar Russia from the SWIFT banking system. An explanation of what SWIFT is with Yinka Oyatade.
It's been called the nuclear option of sanctions. Russia's invasion in Ukraine has amplified calls to ban Moscow from SWIFT. As the world's top payment transfer network, SWIFT is seen as essential plumbing for world banks. The Belgium-based service connects some 11,000 lenders around the world, facilitating more than 40 million transactions a day. Banning Russia from SWIFT could devastate its economy. Cross-border transactions would become much more difficult and expensive for financial institutions there, potentially crippling Russian trade.
This is the very last resort, SWIFT, but this is one of the options that remains on the table.
The EU is wary of a ban on Russia. The country is the bloc's fifth largest trading partner. A cut-off could deal a blow to the economies of member states, both in receiving payments on Russian debt and in paying for the Russian gas deliveries they rely on. Russia has been trying to cushion the blow of a potential ban from SWIFT by looking to alternatives.
Russia is developing its own sort of parallel system to SWIFT. And of course, if you take Russia out of the SWIFT system, it will simply seek to develop its own system along with China and become a competitor to SWIFT.
China's cross-border interbank payment system could also be an alternative, but the rival service is much smaller than SWIFT. Moscow could find itself in a similar position as Iran. The country was ejected from SWIFT in 2012. As a result, it lost almost half of its oil export revenue and 30% of its foreign trade.
Well, I'm joined here in the studio now by France 24's business editor, Cole Stangler. Hi, Cole.
Hey,
you're looking at those EU sanctions on Russia, more specifically at what's been left off the table, at least for now. Tell us more.
Yeah, there's really two big areas that stick out. One is that apparent decision so far not to block Russian access to the SWIFT system, as we were just hearing moments ago. This is the international system. It's used by banks around the world, facilitating trillions of dollars worth of transactions. Russia made up 1.5% of those in 2020, but cutting them off, as we were just hearing again from Dave Keating, is a sensitive topic for a lot of governments. Some are more in favor of this measure, the US, the UK, France, others, the Germans in particular, reportedly reluctant to move ahead on this. That's because it wouldn't just hurt Russia's ability to trade outside its borders. It would have knock-on effects on trading partners as well, many of them in Europe. And if you prevent concretely Russian banks from using SWIFT, you're not necessarily preventing them from transacting with Europe, but you're making it a lot more complicated to do so. You're raising transaction costs, and if you're on the other end of those transactions, you're likely going to start feeling the effects pretty quickly. On a very closely related note, it does not look like Russia's energy sector is going to be impacted, at least as significantly as some had anticipated. We'll have to see what these sanctions look like again, but that's certainly what it looks like. And a lot like the SWIFT issue here, there's concern over the secondary effects. 40% of Europe's natural gas comes from Russia, so the question becomes, how do you replace that? Earlier this week, we saw the German government announce it would not certify the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. It's one thing to cancel something that's not operational, but it's a lot trickier to cut off the spigot today. Certain Ukrainians would say, maybe too bad, go ahead. That's sort of the political argument, but the economic argument would be to presumably what they're doing right now, which is to not move ahead on this very tricky issue.
We're also seeing investors responding to these sanctions.
Yeah, after we saw a pretty significant hike yesterday, oil prices have actually declined. One of the big reasons being that those oil and gas flows from Russia do not look like they're going to be significantly impeded, or at least not as badly as some anticipated. So let's take a look here at the oil futures. So starting with, as you can see, Brent crude, the international oil benchmark. It was actually at over $100 a barrel yesterday. Today, down just above $97 a barrel. And we're seeing also one of the main indexes for natural gas prices in Europe, in Amsterdam, hold somewhat steady around 135 euros. And what's interesting, if we turn now to the Russian markets, is you're actually seeing the Russian markets recover some of those really steep losses that we saw yesterday. Again, investors responding to sanctions not being as hard as some had feared. So the main equities index in Moscow up around 18%. And we're also seeing European markets recover somewhat today across the main indexes in Frankfurt, London, and Paris. Maybe I have those figures for you, as now you can see here. So gains across the board, recovering some of those losses from yesterday, and we'll have the closing figures for you just in a bit.
All right. Well, thanks for that business update. Cole Stangler, France 24's business desk, looking into the economic repercussions of this conflict. Well, as a reminder, for those of you who are just joining us here on France 24, we're bringing you special continuing coverage of Day 2 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The battle for Kyiv underway. Russian troops have entered the capital from the north, with fighting reported across the country. More than 100 civilian casualties so far, although the death toll remains unclear. Residents continuing to seek shelter or flee the country. Well, in response, the EU announcing new sanctions that may target Vladimir Putin himself. The Kremlin now saying it's ready for talks with Ukraine in Minsk, following a call from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down at the negotiating table. We leave you with these images. We'll be back in a moment.
Блять, звони маме, говори, чтобы в метро шла. по возможности.
Пойду вниз. Сейчас должна, чтобы при нападении бежать, понял?
Там целые?
Я посмотрел. Все?
Bonjour à tous, merci de nous rejoindre pour cet
Thank you for joining us for this interview with the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Josep Borrell of Spain. He is also Vice President of the EU Commission. During the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we will try to analyze with him the European initiatives, and perhaps also to see what the Americans are doing. The Americans predicted this for some time, or seemed to. Joe Biden seemed to suspect this from a number of signals that he saw, but he also said that he would not intervene on Ukrainian territory. Do you think that that was a bad idea for him to say that?
Look, President Biden has already said, and not one, several times, that he's not going to intervene in a war in Ukraine. That NATO is not going to intervene in a war in Ukraine. He's sending troops to protect the NATO allies in the Baltics, the south of Europe, Eastern Europe, But he told to everybody that he was not going to intervene. That's not something new. You can agree or not, but it's Mr. President Biden's decision. What do you want me to say about it?
What would stop the war in Ukraine right now?
The war is not over. The war is not finished. It's a fully fledged war. It's a fully fledged invasion. But the Ukrainians are resisting with a lot of courage. I cannot say how it's going to finish because it's certainly not finished. And the army and the people of Ukraine is resisting to the Russian aggression.
Est-ce qu'on a fait ce qu'il fallait?
Have we done everything that we should have, according to you, Joseph Borrell, to avoid the war? We have these gradual sanctions. Perhaps they were too gradual.
We have done a lot. We've mobilized all our diplomatic capacities to high-level personalities of the European Union, the President of the Republic in France, the German Chancellor, went to Moscow to negotiate, to put pressure on Putin. Putin ensured them that he was not going to invade Ukraine. He told them and he told everybody that no, and in any case was thinking of invading Ukraine. So we mobilized our diplomatic capacities, and now we are mobilizing our capacities on the civilian side because we are not a military union to punish Russia from the financial and from the economic side and also from the personal side, with a list of people who will be sanctioned, economic sectors in which we will stop our exports and our imports, but mainly our technological exports on the transportation and energy and technological fields, and we are blocking the Russian financial capabilities in order to isolate them from the taking resources from the financial markets of the European Union and sanctioning a group of banks that will be also stop on their activities in Europe. We do what we can do as much as we can. 100%. We mobilize our capacities in order to punish Russia and to damage the economy, and mainly the people that rule in Russia.
Alors Vladimir Poutine ne voulait pas d'une extension de l'OTAN. Il a expliqué à plusieurs reprises aujourd'hui today
some neutral countries such as Sweden are thinking that they might like to join NATO.
À même de les protéger. Est-ce que ça n'est pas
they wonder if NATO is really protecting Europe or not. Is this counterproductive?
Look, every country has the right to decide their foreign policy. And their policy of alliances has been recognized since 1975 in Helsinki. I don't know what Sweden or Finland or whoever wants to do about their status and their political alliances. But it cannot be determined by a powerful neighbor using military pressure on them. A sovereign country must be able to decide what to do with respect to their foreign policy and their policy of alliances. If not, it would not be a sovereign country.
Alors justement, pour ce qui est des pays effectivement souverains,
to sovereign countries, indeed. How far do you think Vladimir Putin will go in Ukraine? And do you think he may have incursions into other countries? You know that there are separatists, the seeds of separatism have been sowed in other eastern countries, in Moldova, in Georgia. And there are other conflicts brewing as well.
I certainly don't know what Mr. Putin has in his mind and what are their intentions. But after having said so many times that he was not going to invade Ukraine and doing what he's doing now, it's certainly not someone that you can trust. Not at all. Nobody can trust Mr. Putin after what has happened. It's not a reliable partner for anyone, especially not for us. Who can believe on the word of Putin after what he has done and he's doing? I don't know which are their future intentions, but certainly nobody has trust on him.
Est-ce qu'on peut totalement exclure de la
Can we
part
completely
des Américains et
exclude
même des Européens à l'avenir
that the Americans or Europeans would have a military intervention through NATO, for example?
The only thing I can say is that the European Union is not a military union. It has no the capacity to intervene militarily in a conflict. It has not been built for that. And NATO, I am not responsible of NATO, but the Secretary General of NATO and the President of the most important and most powerful member of NATO has said what they have said, that they were not going to intervene. I don't feel responsible for that. If you want to know more about NATO, ask NATO.
Alors, Monsieur Zelensky, à la tête de l'Ukraine, a demandé aux Européens et à la communauté internationale d'actionner ce qu'il qualifie d'armes nucléaires, en l'occurrence qui marcherait, selon lui, sur Vladimir Poutine, c'est justement de suspendre son implication dans le système SWIFT, réseau interbancaire.
All kind of actions are on the table. What we decided 3 days ago and what we decided, well, what the political guidance gave us yesterday, the European Union Council, it doesn't exhaust all kinds of measures that can be taken. Today, the European Union will meet on the format of the Foreign Affairs Ministers' Council and will take decisions. Everything is on the table. This specific measure yesterday had not enough consensus, which doesn't mean that we can take it in the future.
Est-ce que les 27 ne sont pas divisés précisément parce que certains estiment qu'ils ont trop à perdre
divided because some think that they have too much to lose economically if the sanctions are too tough, in particular removing Russia from the SWIFT system? And are some countries a bit panicked, thinking about the bad memories of Russian tanks in their territory?
Member states from the east of Europe have a strong memory, still a vivid memory of what has happened to them during the Soviet domination, especially the Baltic countries. All former members of the Soviet Empire who had been for years under the Soviet domination have a very dire remembering of what happened to them. So certainly they are much more afraid of having to pass from situations like this, and they want to prevent and they want to put all the pressure in order to avoid any kind of Russian actions against them. And there are others who have other kind of considerations, and we decide by unanimity, and unanimity was not reached at that moment. It doesn't mean that it cannot be reached in the future. Everything is on the table, but this measure didn't get enough consensus in order to be taken today.
Some member states have decided to suspend the pro-Kremlin news agency Russia Today, because today it's also a war of communication and influence, a soft power war. Is this important also?
Yes, very much important, because Putin is not only willing to conquer land and to invade countries, he wants also to conquer the mind of the people. And that there is what I'm saying since quite a long time, a battle of narrative, trying to explain why they do things. All the Russian narrative, if you have a look at the media and the officials, at the way they widespread the understanding of the situation, is that in Ukraine it was going on a kind of genocide against the Russian people, and Zelensky is a criminal, is a Nazist, and that they have to go and to take Kyiv in order to clean Ukraine of fascism and Nazism. This fight on the networks, on the press, on the media, is very much important, because at the end people behave according with their understanding of the situation, and the understanding of the situation depends on the information they get. And we are also engaged in a battle about information, disinformation, what is true, what is false. And this battle is more and more important because the social networks and the new ways of people getting in touch with each other and receiving information makes much more important the way they perceive things. And this will be in the future one of the new battlefields on the war for power. Disinformation is today a big threat to the European people.
Merci à vous, Josep
Thank you very
Borrell,
much, Josep Borrell, for joining us for this interview at France 24 as the Ukrainian war wages on.
Блять, звони маме, говори, что по метро шла.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know.
Держи меня, ладно? По возможности. Ну.
Я сейчас, короче, пойду вниз. Сейчас должна, чтобы не нападение бежать, по-моему, понял?
Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
Все?
Vladimir Putin calls on the Ukrainian army to remove the leadership in Kyiv. This as the capital says it is entering defensive mode, with Russian troops entering from the north on the second day of Russia's invasion of the country. Also coming up in the program, the EU preparing a third tranche of sanctions against Russia, targeting Vladimir Putin himself, along with Russia's foreign minister. We take a closer look at how the West has been reacting. And amidst the fighting, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urges Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiating table. The Kremlin, for its part, is saying it's ready to send a delegation to Minsk for talks. Hello and welcome to France 24's special continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In its second day, the assault is closing in on the capital, Kyiv, which Russian troops have entered from the north. Strikes hit the city overnight, and its mayor has said that it's now entering a defensive phase. Earlier, Ukrainian authorities urged the city's residents to brace for battle, calling on them to even prepare Molotov cocktails in the face of the Russian assault. Our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons, reports from Kyiv.
This is the St. Volodymyr Church in the center of Kyiv. Normally one of the more popular churches in the city. There would be dozens of people hanging around most days of the week, but today scarcely a soul to be seen. And that's the same everywhere you look around. Nearly everybody who can seems to be getting out of the city at the moment, filling up their petrol tanks to try and get away to relatives in the countryside or further west of the border with Poland. If you look here, you know, there are a few cars around, but most people are too frightened to get out on the street. You know, there are explosions already in the center, missiles landing not very far from here, about a kilometer away, near the Ministry of Defense. This morning, air raid sirens were going off from about 7 o'clock. There were fears of more bombardments. I took shelter in the basement of the hotel. There were already people from all around the district, not just hotel guests. There were old people, young children, getting a cup of coffee, just sheltering for an hour or so before it was safe to go out again. The mood is getting more and more oppressive as the Russian troops get closer, with fighting already taking place just 7 kilometers from here.
France 24's Rob Parsons reporting from Kyiv there. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said earlier this morning that 137 Ukrainians have been killed so far, although the exact death toll remains unclear. More on the violence in Ukraine's capital with Monty Francis.
Air raid sirens rang out on Friday, with Russia closing in on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, a city of some 3 million people. Shelling could be heard in the Obolon district, just a few miles north of central Kiev. Families took refuge in underground metro stations. Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties.
There was a noise. Something was flying over us. I came to the window but saw nothing. After the explosion, I was in such a lucky position. I could see windows falling down from both of these sides. Luckily, no one suffered.
On the outskirts of the capital, there was billowing smoke as Russian troops took control of Antonov International Airport after swooping in with helicopters and jets from the direction of Belarus. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones, and 1 helicopter. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he and his family have been personally targeted, and he denounced Russia in a televised address.
They say that civilian objects are not a target for them, but this is another lie. They do not distinguish between areas in which they operate.
On Snake Island, on the edge of Ukraine's territorial waters, Russian forces moved in and issued a chilling warning that elicited a bold reply. Moments later, the ship fired, killing 13 Ukrainian troops. As Ukrainian forces fight back, President Zelensky has declared martial law, barring most men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country.
Meanwhile, as we heard a bit earlier in the program, thousands of Ukrainians have been seeking shelter or looking to escape the fighting. The UN estimates that 100,000 residents have fled their homes. Our senior reporter, Catherine Norris-Trent, is in the southeastern city of Zaporizhzhia. She has more on how residents are scrambling to stay safe as Russian forces move into the area.
Well, there's a great deal of panic and fear here, as we've seen in towns and cities across Ukraine. Earlier on, there was a bomb alert in this city where I am, Zaporizhzhia, in central southeastern Ukraine, and people hurriedly rushed down to bomb shelters. I mean, these are scenes that have been playing out all over the city, but just let me give you a flavour from here in the city. Old people, women with children, visibly afraid. I mean, one woman we spoke to, it was her son's second birthday, and she was desperately trying to keep them calm and telling us, you know, she was happy that they were able to do something to celebrate with a birthday cake to try and keep the children happy, but at the same time asking, you know, what kind of future they could have. Other people visibly distressed, tears in their eyes, telling us, as so many others have done, that they don't know where to go. They don't know where's going to be safe, because this is very much a feature of this multi-pronged invasion, this assault, that city after city keeps being attacked. Different targets are being bombed. It's very hard for people to keep up with what is actually happening in real time, and that in itself is creating panic. So people are looking to get to safety, but every time they get to a safer place, then there starts to be more alerts where they get to now. In this city, in the southeastern Ukraine, heading up towards the center, we've just seen quite a sizable convoy of Ukrainian military logistics vehicles heading west, so heading perhaps towards the capital or perhaps towards other strategic sites, because there have been strikes on several logistical or military important targets. Here in the province of Zaporizhzhia, for example, the border force reported being struck, coming under deadly missile fire by Russian forces there. And the port city of Mariupol, right down in the southeast, only around 20 kilometers from what was the line of contact for so long, that line between Ukrainian government-controlled territory and that land occupied by Russian-backed separatists there. Well, that city is now coming under intense fire, we're hearing, and that's a key logistical point too. So there are so many strikes, basically in so many areas, that it's difficult for people to keep up with what's going on and where to go to safety. And there's obviously a huge amount of military activity focused on the capital, Kiev, but it's far from the only front, as we've been saying. So you've got here in the south where things seem to be developing fast, with reports of Russian troops moving up from Crimea and taking strategic points along the Dnieper River, which is a city that flows, a river, which flows through this city. Then the key ports there, as I was saying, in the southeast, Mariupol. You've also got activity on the east of Ukraine along that line of contact there between the separatist-occupied Russian-backed forces there, and of course a big push from the north over the Belarusian border too, with troops heading over that border, tanks, it's reported there, surrounding the cities of Kharkiv, taking over control of the former nuclear power plant in Chernobyl, and pressing on towards the capital.
France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent reporting for us there. Well, we can now welcome to the program Halnia Yanchenko, a member of parliament in Ukraine. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us here on France 24 today. Now, you're in the capital, Kyiv. How have lawmakers such as yourself been sheltering there?
I should say that I have woke up yesterday at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. because of the sounds of explosion in Kiev. And we are living in this kind of hell in the capital city of European country, starting with yesterday, like night. Tonight, personally, I pretty much didn't sleep. We spent, my whole family and friends spent night in underground, and we didn't really sleep because there was information that Russian troops had to do an air force attack on Kiev again today at 3 a.m. This is they are acting like rats, attacking our cities at night, also attacking them at the daytime. And what is the most horrifying thing is that they are attacking civilian objects and civilian buildings. Over the first 2 days of this war that we had, there were about 34 attacks on civilian buildings, including kindergartens, hospitals, multi-story residential buildings. And you can find these pictures and videos of ruined buildings, of killed people. Dozens of absolutely innocent civilian citizens, including men, women, and children, were murdered in Ukraine over the past 2 days. So I should say that it's quite scaring. The whole situation is quite scaring and horrifying.
Indeed, and I'm so sorry that you are having to experience this. Now, I'm wondering, as a lawmaker, as a member of parliament, have your constituents been contacting you at all?
I'm now in my city, in my house, and all the members of parliament, they took some kind of responsibility over the situation. So some people are helping their constituency in terms of organizing the points of territory defense stations. Personally, I have started to coordinate the citizens who are running away from the eastern regions and central regions to the west. I'm coordinating an initiative called Prohibited to help other Ukrainians in western regions to open their doors for Ukrainian flees. Also, I do a lot of information coordination work. So we have divided like who is doing what in our fraction and in the parliament. I should say you that parliament and authority are very united. We don't have power and opposition anymore. Each member of parliament feels himself or herself a member of the country facing Russian aggression, facing Russian war, and facing absolutely crazy Putin. We don't know what to expect from him, but what we are seeing, what we are experiencing over these 2 days, it's really horrible. Ukrainian cities all over the country are under air attack. They are bombing. Russian tanks have crossed Ukrainian borders, and they are killing people as well and ruining buildings. So in these terms, it's very important for European countries and for the leading countries in the world to react immediately. Each day, each hour of thinking around what kind of sanctions should they introduce and what kind of sanctions should they not introduce for Russia are causing lives of innocent Ukrainian people. Also, I should say that we have some worries about ecological situation, about ecological catastrophic that might happen in Ukraine and spread to Europe. Yesterday, Russian troops, including tanks and air forces, have captured Chernobyl zone in Kiev region. They captured that zone because it's the closest to Belarus, and they decided to use that zone as a platform to fight with Kiev. And Chernobyl zone is a closed territory with the biggest in Ukraine and biggest in Europe nuclear plant. And they keep all the forces there, air force, tanks and stuff. And we are afraid if they continue messing in that zone and neighboring regions, if Europe doesn't stop Putin, then it might cause ecological catastrophe for the whole European continent. Moreover, I should add that our state rescue services identified and measured that the level of radiation has grown today compared to the day before. So this risk is really high, and we have this concern not only for Ukraine but for the situation in the whole Europe. Europe should react now. No time to wait. No time to bargain with Putin. Europe should react now. Two things are the most important at the moment. Number one is block Russia from SWIFT. We are very disappointed that some European countries, whether because of corruption or because they are not courage, they are still thinking that maybe Russia should not be blocked from SWIFT. But believe me, Russia should be blocked from SWIFT now. Unless this is done, Russia will keep having money to fund war against Ukraine, to fund war in a European country, in a European continent. So block Russia from SWIFT now. And second thing is no-fly zone. Russia is currently attacking Ukraine heavily from air. They have some rocket machines on the territory of Belarus and on the territory of Russia, and they are sending rockets and bombs from there. Also, they have sent their aviation in different regions of Ukraine. So only no-fly zone will help to fight Russia back in sky where they attack Ukraine heavily. And we back European Union, USA to actually find courage and provide Ukraine with no-fly zone. Again, we are afraid that these rockets Russia keep sending to Ukraine might hit either Chernobyl or some other nuclear plants which we have about, well, in a few regions of Ukraine. This might be very dangerous, and that's why there is no time to think, there is no time to discuss. It's time to act, it's time to protect Ukraine, and it's time to protect the European continent from the war.
All right, Halnya Yanchenko, a Ukrainian MP, thank you so much for speaking to us, and I hope you can stay safe there in Kyiv.
Thank you.
Well, as we mentioned a bit earlier on in the program, Ukrainians that haven't decided to shelter in place, many have been fleeing their homes in droves, with many heading to the Polish border. Let's have a listen to some who made that journey.
At 6 in the morning, my parents called me from Kiev. They said war broke out. We live 600 kilometers from the capital. At 7 a.m., they bombed the airport of my town. We packed our things and came here.
We came here with the whole family. We then brought our pets with us. We didn't want to leave them behind. We were welcomed very nicely. Although it took very long at the border, we don't regret that we came here. For now, we will stay here in Poland. We feel welcome and we were offered a hotel, food for free, and then we will drive somewhere, either to Krakow or to Warsaw.
Let's cross now to our correspondent in Poland, Magdalena Chodownik, to find out more. Magdalena, you're at a border crossing. What have you been seeing today?
Good evening. Yes, I'm in Przemyśl, exactly, the border crossing with at the train station where Ukrainians are arriving from Ukraine, fleeing the conflict, the ongoing conflict and Russian aggression. A lot of trains have been having delayed just because all of people coming to Poland are checked more on the Ukrainian side and on Polish side, as I've been told. And because of the martial law, they're also checking if no men between 18 and 60 years old are not crossing and leaving the country. And we met a lot of Ukrainians, especially right now we see a lot of elderly people, mothers with kids coming to Poland. And this point here in Przemyśl, what is called the reception point, is just a transfer for them. There are pickups. They will go further to the country, as we have 2 million Ukrainians living in Poland. So a lot of them, they have families or relatives already in Poland, or to the other countries like Germany and Italy.
Now, what have Polish authorities set up to welcome these refugees?
Well, they actually facilitate quite a lot. Before, Ukrainians were allowed to go to Poland without visa for 3 months if they had biometric passports. Now they said they won't anymore look at the biometric passport. They would just need any document, another passport, ID, or even birth certificate for kids that to be accepted and be at the border and allowed to enter Poland. Even dogs and pets, cats without passport can cross with them. There was a case of one family who arrived today with the little dog at Przemyśl train station. And we have 9 reception points located around the border crossings. So they will be welcomed not only by local authorities and those easier regulations, but also volunteers that will help them medically, also with food, drinks, and places to stay and to rest.
Yes, tell us more about those volunteer efforts. How have Polish people been reacting to this influx of refugees?
We're here at the train station where I am at the moment that was turned into a reception point. We can see a lot of volunteers working with the incoming refugees. They are translators that would help them to communicate with local authorities, people who would direct them, help them with documents and papers. Also, they receive warm food, water. There's a medical help as well as psychological help. So the train station is filled with just very generous people, and they are willing to help all those that are seeing the conflict at the moment.
All right. Thank you so much, Magdalena, for that update from the Polish-Ukrainian border. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a video address, has called on the Ukrainian army to take power into their own hands, using the terms terrorists, drug addicts, and neo-Nazis to refer to the leadership in Kiev under President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is Jewish.
I say again to the Ukrainian armed forces, take power. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement with you than with the gang of neo-Nazis and drug addicts that have taken the whole Ukrainian people hostage.
Well, for more from Moscow, we can hear from our correspondent there, Nick Holdsworth. He joins us now. Nick, as we just heard in that soundbite there, Putin calling on the Ukrainian army to overthrow its own government. Tell us more about what he said in that video message.
I mean, Putin's messages are increasingly unhinged. It's quite clear, and it's quite clear that what he is doing and saying bear no relation to reality. So calling upon Ukrainians to overthrow their government is just not going to happen. Some Ukrainians, particularly those perhaps in the rebel-occupied areas of Donetsk and Luhansk, may believe Russian propaganda. Russian TV is pumping out propaganda. They may not believe that there really are assaults, missile assaults on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. And even if they do see some evidence of that, they will say, oh, well, there are a bunch of Nazis there. Inside Ukraine, people are being handed out instructions on how to make a Molotov cocktail. And there was a brilliant video clip, a telephone video clip that I saw on Twitter or one of the social media channels of a Ukrainian woman. This is unverifiable, but it looked pretty real to me. Ukrainian woman going up to a heavily armed Russian soldier in combat gear saying, "Leave our country, go." And the Russian soldier impassively looks at her and says, "No conversation here, move away, old lady," kind of thing. It's quite clear that Russian losses are already mounting. I've heard reports, again, difficult to verify, 450 military losses today in Russia. Sorry, military losses amongst Russians today during the Ukrainian campaign. The Ukrainian losses, hundreds of civilians, hundreds of soldiers. That video message by Vladimir Putin means absolutely nothing. It's another pack of lies designed for impressionable Russian people. But I think the Russian people are beginning to wake up actually from small signs of green shoots of evidence that I've been seeing, hearing and feeling myself here today in Moscow.
Yes, and speaking of the reaction of Russian people, we did see some anti-war protests in Russia last night. Yes, and speaking of the reaction of Russian people, we did see some anti-war protests in Russia last night.
We did indeed. Across Russia, across 55 cities, in 55 cities across Russia, there were protests. Now, these weren't mass protests. This is not on the scale of the so-called white ribbon protests against Putin 10, 11 years ago, when millions of Russians came out on the street that winter, so-called white ribbon protests, because that was the symbol. That was enough to get you arrested in those days. These protests last night in Moscow on Pushkin Square, down on the central boulevard, the central shopping street, Tverskaya Ulitsa, running down towards the Kremlin, and in cities right across the range of this vast country are significant. There were 2,000 or more arrests. They're significant because, although small, they're enough to scare the Kremlin. Today, the Kremlin has said that protests will be cracked down upon, and there's been an order issued. This was ordered yesterday by Roskomnadzor, which is the Russian media regulatory body, saying that Russian media must only report government officially approved information. In other words, not allowed to report sources from Ukrainian TV networks, Western TV networks, etc., or anything even from an original source that's unconfirmed. Only Russian official information. There's an attempt here to stop the Russian people themselves knowing what is going on. However, they do know. I have been talking to ordinary Russians today as I've been out and about in Moscow. It's a beautiful spring day here. You wouldn't know that there was a war going on a few hundred miles to the southwest of this city. People are out and about in the parks with their kids, happily drinking coffee, etc. However, when you talk to them, even ordinary people who are perhaps not really attuned to what's going on are not very happy. I'll give you one very quick example. I bought some newspapers at the kiosk today. There's a lady, middle-aged lady, sells newspapers on the street. She's all wrapped up. It's quite a cold, crisp spring day, beautiful blue sky. I bought some Russian government papers, propaganda basically on the front pages. Big picture of Putin on Rossiyskaya Gazeta, the official Russian government newspaper, with a verbatim copy of his war speech launching Putin's war yesterday. They don't call it here, but we all know it is Putin's war. I said to the lady, I said, look in his eyes, look at that man. Does he have a soul? She looked back at me and she said, no. I said, does he have a heart? She said, maybe. Now, that's an ordinary Russian, probably not politically thinking at all. I've talked to lots of other people. Nobody supports the war. Nobody wants this war. And as soon as the body bags start coming back, and there's already going to be 450, that will be the moment that people start, perhaps, hopefully, to think that another source, very quickly, again unconfirmed, this source has consistently been very accurate. It's a source that draws upon people close to the Kremlin. The Kremlin's tried to shut down this source. It's a social media source, but in my experience over the last few weeks, it's been surprisingly accurate. There were reports to Putin last night, head of the General Staff, Minister of Defence, explaining that things weren't going quite as well. The blitzkrieg wasn't going quite as well as Putin expected. He was a bit irritated with Sergei Shoigu, the Minister of Defence, and the head of the General Staff, because it wasn't as expected. He wants his targets met. They were sent away to come back and give him better news next time. However, there isn't better news. The although it looks very, very bad, it's not going as fast as he would like. The Russians have even suggested that they're willing to send a delegation to Kiev to talk about possible peace talks. There are some reports that the Ukrainians are now ready to talk about peace, and they're ready to say that we'll be neutral. I've seen that on the Western wires tonight. And also the Ukrainian member of parliament who was talking earlier. Now, while it is true that there has been a higher than usual release of radiation from Chernobyl, that's accurate. It's probably not as serious as she was stating again on reliable Western wires. The Ukrainian regulatory body for nuclear power stations is saying there was a release of radiation last night. However, it's not at a critical level. That obviously needs to be monitored. I've been to Chernobyl myself on 2 occasions over the last 20-odd years. It's a scary place. You don't want to get too close to the sarcophagus covering the old nuclear reactor, but there are people living there. The levels of radiation are not ones that you want to hang around, but I don't think that's critical, and that comes from an official source. So the politician speaking earlier probably just understandably expressing fears and really quite emotional, and I don't blame her, frankly, for that. But this Putin's war is not going as well as he would like, and the pressure is beginning to show, and that unhinged televised address again today, another unhinged address by an increasingly openly insane man.
All right, Nick Holdsworth reporting live for us there from Moscow. Thank you, Nick. Well, speaking of Chernobyl, Russia has taken control of the former Chernobyl nuclear plant, as we've been hearing in the program. And as we just heard from Nick Holdsworth there, Ukraine's nuclear agency says that it's recording increased radiation levels at the site, but that they're not critical for the time being. Well, Chernobyl was the scene of the world's worst nuclear accident in 1986, and it does remain radioactive. Emerald Maxwell has the details.
The Ukrainian president called Russia's attack on Chernobyl a declaration of war against the whole of Europe. Alarm bells are ringing after Russian troops captured the site of the defunct power plant, one of the most radioactive places on Earth. Ukraine's nuclear agency says it has since recorded increased radiation levels from the area due to the movement of heavy military equipment stirring up radioactive dust into the air. It specified, though, that the levels are not critical for the time being. The Russian Defense Ministry said it was working with the Ukrainian military and service personnel to ensure radioactive security.
Background radioactivity in the region is normal. The station's personnel continue to service the nuclear power plant in regular mode and are monitoring the radioactive situation.
The Ukrainian side hasn't confirmed it's cooperating, but the risk is if it doesn't, invading troops may not know to avoid certain lethally dangerous hotspots in the area. The French foreign minister told a French radio station that the International Atomic Energy Agency is keeping a close eye on the safety measures in place there.
If though these safeguards do not work, then Russia will bear full responsibility.
But why would Russia target this radioactive wasteland? Just 16 kilometers south of the Belarusian border and some 100 kilometers north of Kyiv, Chernobyl runs along a logical line of attack as the shortest route from Belarus, where tens of thousands of Russian troops massed in the run-up to the invasion, to Ukraine's capital. With its main road connecting it to Kyiv, the site could have been taken as a staging point for troops and equipment. The Russians could also be banking on any equipment stored there not being targeted for bombing, given the high risk of doing so. Taking Chernobyl could also be symbolically significant for Putin, as the disaster contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and a signal to the West not to interfere with his plans.
Well, as Western nations continue to consult and coordinate regarding its response to Russia, NATO is holding an extraordinary summit this Friday to discuss the invasion of Ukraine. The military alliance has already announced that it has activated its defense plans and that it will reinforce its eastern flank, but it won't send troops to Ukraine as the country is not a NATO member. Well, meanwhile, the EU is working out the details of a third round of sanctions against Russia, this time appearing to target Vladimir Putin himself, along with Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. We spoke earlier to our Brussels correspondent, Dave Keating, for the latest.
This came just as the previous tranche of sanctions was adopted, actually. So Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, said that they are now urgently considering another package, and it looks like it is likely that that package will include a freezing of the assets of Vladimir Putin and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. So that would mean that they wouldn't be able to access any money that they have in the EU in banks or other financial institutions. However, it will not include a travel ban because they don't want to shut out any possible future visit that might be needed for coming to peace terms, for instance. So that is in addition to what was adopted last night, which was sanctions on all of the members of the Russian parliament, a freeze on banks being able to take money on the EU financial markets, and an inability for the Russian government to get sovereign debt on the financial markets. So what could be in this further trance? Well, the big question is about SWIFT, the international bank transfer system. A lot of people, including Ukraine's president, are calling for Russia to be frozen out of that system. So far, Germany and Italy and other countries are worried about the blowback of that effect on the European economy. But I'm told that that's really what they're discussing now, whether they want to go that extra step, and some are calling it the nuclear option, expelling Russia from that SWIFT international banking system.
Now, these would be the most severe measures we've seen so far, but are there even stronger measures that the EU has in its arsenal still regarding sanctions?
SWIFT would really be the last one, I think. My suspicion is that it is unlikely we will get an inclusion of SWIFT in the sanctions that may come later tonight. I really think that Germany sees that as a very, very last resort. The fear is that if the EU goes ahead and does that, then Vladimir Putin has no reason not to shut the taps of gas for the European Union. And that's what they're really worried about. Vladimir Putin could plunge Europe into cold and darkness if he wanted to. They're kind of scrambling now to make up other sources of gas, from liquefied natural gas at different ports, from other countries like Qatar, like Japan. But that's a real concern. And I think that these countries who are most exposed to that possibility are very, very hesitant to give up that last remaining thing, which just maybe could convince Vladimir Putin not to take that step in shutting off the gas taps. It is rather unseemly to be thinking about that, but it really, really could plunge people into cold and into powerlessness, and that is something a lot of governments are very worried about.
That was Dave Keating in Brussels a short while ago. Well, I'm now joined by Armin Georgian, France 24's international affairs commentator. He's with me here in the studio. Armin, this SWIFT option, this sanctions option of barring Russia from the SWIFT global banking system, there do seem to be more and more European countries, including Germany. We have this information just coming through here saying, Germany, we are open to the idea. Are more Europeans getting behind this?
Yeah, it's a very interesting development, this news flash that quotes the German is it finance minister? I can't remember which German government official it was.
Yes, finance minister Christian Lindner.
Yeah, right. So it does suggest there's some movement in these EU talks now, Claire. You remember a while before that this news came in, France already said that it was willing to use this SWIFT payment system as a weapon, effectively. It seems that is now being coordinated with Germany, that Germany is perhaps coming around to this idea. Though, on the face of it, there are still countries that are holding out on this. Italy and Austria, notably, which Austria, for example, uses SWIFT to pay for Russian gas. But yeah, it seems that things that the needle does seem to be moving a little bit there. I suppose the question is, though, if the EU were to decide that, does that mean just sort of open economic war with Russia then turning off the gas and, as Dave Keating, our Brussels correspondent, just put it, plunging Europe into cold and darkness this winter? Are we heading for that sort of open economic warfare? Because we haven't quite reached that now yet. And if so, have European leaders prepared their populations for that, because I think it's been a noticeable sort of absence in the European rhetoric from the US. When Joe Biden a couple of days ago, he sort of managed to connect these economic punitive measures to sort of people's lives to some extent, saying, if we do this, you have to understand there will be a cost for American consumers in all of this I'm doing. I hadn't heard that sort of rhetoric from, or not as much emphasis on that, from the likes of Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, or indeed even Emmanuel Macron in his sort of various emergency statements in this crisis. I haven't got a sense from him that he's really preparing the French public to take this kind of hit. That's a very important aspect of the dimension that would have to be addressed. But anyway, let's see what is actually announced in these EU talks, obviously.
Yes, and so we are expecting to hear soon from the EU foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, as we heard from our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating, just a moment ago. Sanctions now planning to target Vladimir Putin himself. Could that move the needle?
Well, the moment things are really heading towards sort of creeping further up the Russian power structures in a sense, and sanctions obviously on the very top officials would mean, for example, that Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, would not be able to come to Europe, except maybe to Switzerland, which is not in the European Union, and could say, okay, we're not going to follow suit, so that could still be an opening at some point for your Russian officials to come for a diplomatic meeting. Anyway, this is all theoretical, but I'm sure that European leaders will have watched that televised address with a visibly angry and seemingly sort of. The look in Putin's eyes was pretty extraordinary. I thought that address he gave, a televised address from the Kremlin, railing against what he called the drug addicts and neo-Nazis who'd taken control of the government in Kiev. Incidentally, this is the same rhetoric that's been used for really since 2014 when Viktor Yanukovych was deposed. Asking for the Ukrainian army to, lay down its weapons. I'm sure European leaders will have looked at all that and concluded that there is this sort of parallel reality that that Putin is living in, and do they at this stage actually want to keep channels open to him? Macron had this phone call with Putin even after the attack, this massive attack had started on Ukraine, but I suspect there won't be much scope for future phone calls if the EU really moves on this issue of SWIFT payments.
All right, France 24's Armin Georgian, thank you for that analysis regarding the third tranche of sanctions. We're expecting to hear from the EU soon. Well, in other measures, developments that were announced today, this time coming from the sports world, also dealing a blow to Russia, European soccer governing body UEFA has announced that the Champions League final will no longer be held in St. Petersburg, relocating the match scheduled for May to Paris instead. The Kremlin has described the move as a shame. Well, Formula One has also called the Russian Grand Prix scheduled for September. It's canceled that Grand Prix, organizers saying it would be impossible to hold the event in the current circumstances. As we just heard from France 24's Armin Georgian with me here in the studio, French President Emmanuel Macron has been involved in diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the crisis. Today, he was speaking with two of his predecessors, former French presidents of François Hollande and Nicolas Sarkozy. Paris trying to define its stance toward Moscow. Have a listen.
I know the goal of the Russian leaders, and especially Vladimir Putin. That is to say, to dismantle and neutralize Ukraine. The price of this will be a disaster for the Ukrainian population and will cause a conflict that will go on for years. So in the face of this threat from Vladimir Putin, Europe and France and our Atlantic allies must respond.
J'observe que l'agressivité, et le mot est faible, dans les relations internationales, ne cesse de se déchaîner semaine après semaine. Le temps de la désescalade doit venir. La seule voie possible, la seule, c'est la diplomatie. Car l'alternative à la diplomatie, c'est la guerre totale.
Well, French President Emmanuel Macron also sending a message to Parliament today about his pledge to aid Ukraine. France 24's Ellen Gainsford has been covering this for us. She reports from the Élysée Presidential Palace here in Paris.
Well, it's a day that's been rich in symbolism for French President Emmanuel Macron. This morning, he met with two former French leaders, Nicolas Sarkozy and François Hollande, in a show of strength and unity in this time of crisis. Well, this afternoon, a message from the French leader was read out in both the National Assembly and the Senate. And Macron pledged to help the Ukrainian people and announced a €300 million budget for aid and military equipment. Well, he also stressed the importance of a stronger European Union as a project of shared values and not just of consumers. This after he yesterday reiterated his call for the creation of a European defence force. Well, as well as the content of this text, Emmanuel Macron's use of this technique to pass a message to Parliament is in itself quite symbolic. It's only been used 18 times since 1958, when the Constitution of the Fifth Republic was put into place. So it's really a conscious decision on Emmanuel Macron's path to underline the gravity of this situation. Well, looking ahead, following this message, a debate is scheduled to take place here at the French Parliament on the conflict in Ukraine next Tuesday.
Ellen Gainsford reporting from French Parliament here in Paris earlier. A little bit earlier on the program, I was able to speak to Orysia Lutsevich, head of the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House. Here's her analysis.
I read this as a message of humiliation, especially with everything that happens with Minsk as the capital of the country of Belarus that is annexed by Russia, and also by the last nail in the coffin of Minsk agreements that Putin has pronounced by declaring the independence and recognizing the independence of these puppet install military regimes in the East. So it's not a serious offer of negotiations. It's actually humiliation.
Well, Minsk as a location for these talks is deliberate. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, is one of Putin's closest allies. How has the relationship between these two leaders shaped this conflict?
I don't think we should use the term allies for Lukashenko. Lukashenko is a legitimate president of Belarus that has been similar to Bashar al-Assad, propped by Putin to stay in power, so that Putin can use the territory of Belarus as an onslaught on Ukraine and also as a threat to the eastern flank of NATO. So Lukashenko has neither no agency nor legitimacy. Everything is decided by Putin.
So Putin has been leveraging his relationship with Lukashenko to place his troops where he believes strategic.
Well, absolutely. And those troops will remain there to both threaten Ukraine and to threaten NATO. Because remember, this is not just about Ukraine. When Putin put his diplomatic ultimatums on the table, he said specifically the NATO infrastructure has to move away from its eastern flank. And he claimed a certain influence over the countries of former Warsaw Pact, the countries of Eastern Europe, such as Romania, Poland, Baltic states. He is threatening Europe, not just Ukraine.
And what would Russian troops staying for longer term in Belarus mean for the rest of Europe?
which basically means another military base in Europe that is controlled and boosted by Russia. It makes Poland quite vulnerable because of the small stripe of land called Suwalki Gap that has been a well-known vulnerability of NATO bloc. So we are seeing a very close proximity of Russia to what is now a collective security alliance of NATO.
Now, the U.S. In sanctions that it's announced throughout this conflict targeted some individuals in Belarus, but that's not likely to change the course here, is it, in terms of Putin and Lukashenko's relationship?
Well, as I've said in my previous comment, Lukashenko has no influence over his relationship with Putin. Putin is in total control of what's happening in Belarus. Let's be clear about that. Secondly, I think sanctions, it's important to look at sanctions not as a deterrence, but as something that will inflict indiscriminate cost on the Russian Federation and will cripple Putin's regime. This is what these sanctions at this point are. They're not about so much changing the calculus of Putin, but limiting access of Russia to funds, to squeeze out Russian economy, and to undermine Putin in the Kremlin.
Now, just one last question with you before we let you go. In terms of NATO reinforcing its eastern flank, what movements of material and troops have we been seeing there?
Well, we've seen the new reinforcement by the U.S. Army. We've seen the reinforcement also in the Romanian flank by the French. We see basically U.S. setting up new bases in Poland right next to western border of Ukraine. So actually Putin is achieving quite the opposite. He's giving quite strong sense of unity and purpose for NATO to defend NATO. But I think also for Ukraine, this sends a very strong message about what about Ukraine's security? There's basically a country of 42 million, the largest country in Europe, that is attacked in blank day, and the civilians are being bombed in the heart of Europe. So we are facing a major dark hour of our European history.
Well, as a reminder, for those of you who are just joining us, we're bringing you special continuing coverage here on France 24 of day 2 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russian troops have entered the capital, Kyiv, from the north, and fighting's been reported across the country. More than 100 civilian casualties so far, although the death toll remains unclear for now. Well, in response, the EU has announced new sanctions that may target Vladimir Putin himself. The Kremlin now saying it's ready for talks with Ukraine in Minsk, following a call from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down at the negotiating table. We leave you with these images of Ukraine. We'll be back in just a moment here on France 24.
Блять, звони маме, говори, чтобы в метро шла.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know.
Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
Все?
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Gunfire in the northern suburbs of Kyiv amid a mass exodus of civilians as Ukraine's government calls up conscripts. Russia's president calls on the Ukrainian military to overthrow its leadership. Ukraine's government blasts the EU for so far stopping short of freezing Russia out of the SWIFT international banking system. As sanctions widen against Vladimir Putin and his entourage, the Champions League final moved from St. Petersburg to Paris. This hour we'll be going to Kiev, the Polish border with Ukraine, and Brussels, where a NATO summit is getting underway. Hello everyone, I'm François Picard. Day 2 of Russia's attack against Ukraine with shelling and combat claimed on several fronts. Ukraine's nuclear agency says it was recording higher but not critical radiations level from the site of the defunct Chernobyl nuclear power plant, which was captured by Russian forces. The fighting also reaching at one point the outskirts of the capital, where we can cross to France 24. Chief International Affairs Editor Robert Parsons. Rob, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is people are getting tense. You know, with nightfall coming, the expectation is that there will be more attacks tonight than there were the previous night. There were quite a few last night as well, but the expectation is with the Russian army getting closer, that the pressure will build up on the city. You know, the Russians know too that the Ukrainians are reinforcing their defenses in and around Kiev. And so they will be wanting to put pressure on to soften up those defenses as well. So everybody here is expecting that the night will see a lot of missile attacks. Not ground forces probably, because the Russians aren't yet in a position to launch ground force attacks on Kiev. There have been reconnaissance movements into areas just to the northwest of Kiev, a place called Abalon, right in the suburbs of the city, which seem to have been soaked up by the Ukrainian forces. Apparently, I was speaking to somebody just an hour or so ago, there's no more fighting going on there. But there's no doubt that the Russians are probing, looking to see whether there are weaknesses in the Ukrainian defenses to prepare the way for the main force, which at this moment seems to be about 50 kilometers north of the city. In other words, not close enough yet to launch an assault, but coming closer all the time.
Coming closer all the time, and what a task it is trying to sift through the fog of war. On social media, there's claims of soldiers dressed up in the uniforms of the other side, of false flag operations. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's true. You know, one of our colleagues from RFE was arrested today by the Ukrainian police because they thought he was some sort of saboteur or something. He's a Russian. You know, he played his tapes to them afterwards, in which they were able to establish that he's not a Russian spy. But people are very tense here. You know, the people are on alert for spies, for false flag operations, as you said. But at this stage, I think we're getting to the point where the real fighting is about to commence in and around Kiev. It's been going on, as you pointed out, for 48 hours elsewhere in the country. Heavy fighting in Kharkiv, on the eastern Donbass front, around Mariupol, Chernihiv, just north of here as well. The Russians, it has to be said, not making very much progress. The fighting seems to have taken them by surprise. I think they'd wanted to get much further forward at this stage than they are, which does suggest that the Ukrainians are well organized, well dug in, and have prepared effectively for this onslaught by the Russians. And bear in mind, too, that the Ukrainian army is no longer the force it was in 2014 when the Russians seized control of Crimea. This is an army of 200,000 people now, a large number of which, a large percentage of which, have combat experience. So it's not they're not going to be a rollover for the Russians at all. And the fighting that we've seen so far has made that clear.
Rob Parsons, we'll be checking back in with you in the next hour. Many thanks for that live update from Kiev as the nighttime curfew there sits in. As Rob said, fighting on several fronts. More now from Monty Francis.
You could hear the sounds of war on Friday, just a few miles north of central Kiev, as Russian troops entered the Ukrainian capital. With the streets deserted, Ukraine's defense ministry urged people to stay indoors and to prepare Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. Some heeded the advice, taking cover in underground metro stations, while others fled. At a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, Ukrainian forces battled with Russian helicopters, shooting flares to send heat-guided missiles off course. The Kremlin said on Friday it was willing to negotiate, but only if Ukraine laid down its arms.
We are ready for negotiations. At any moment, as soon as the armed forces of Ukraine respond to the call of our president, they must stop resisting and lay down their arms.
Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones, and 1 helicopter. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he and his family have been personally targeted, and he denounced Russia in a televised address.
They say that civilian objects are not a target for them, but this is another lie. They do not distinguish between areas in which they operate.
On Snake Island, on the edge of Ukraine's territorial waters, Russian forces moved in and issued a chilling warning that elicited a bold reply. Moments later, the ship fired, killing 13 Ukrainian troops. As Ukrainian forces fight back, President Zelensky has declared martial law, barring most men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country.
For more, let's now cross to Derek Thompson, editor-in-chief of the France 24 Observers, our website which fact-checks and stays in touch with our citizen journalists. Many thanks for being with us here on France 24. Amateur footage coming out. We were talking with Rob Parsons earlier about the fog of war. You've found some that has been verified, which matters, right in the suburbs of Kiev.
That's right. It's actually inside Kiev. We're talking about the Obolonsky district, and we came across a video this morning that was shot apparently by a civilian just from his or her car. And if we can see the video and we can listen to it as well, you'll see it's just it's a relatively empty street. You can see a tracked vehicle a little bit in the distance. We don't know who that tracked vehicle belongs to, whether it could be Russian or Ukrainian, but we can hear shooting. We hear sounds of small arms fire, quite heavy sounds of small arms fire. So we know that there was combat going on there. Now, if we can take a look at a map, I can show you where this region is. It's on the northwest side of the capital, Kiev, and it's actually within the city limits. It's called Obolonsky, and you'll see it on the map. It'll appear just on the right-hand side of the map. And it's interesting because it is within city limits. The Ukrainian authorities reported that Russian troops were fighting in that neighborhood in the morning. On the Russian side, it's interesting. They were talking about airborne troops who arrived yesterday. So if you look at the map,
reporting on the fight for that airfield on Thursday.
Exactly. So if you look at the map, you see Obolonsky district kind of in the middle there, and then over further west, you see Antonov International Airport. That is where that helicopter attack took place. It was a flight of dozens of Russian attack helicopters and also troop-carrying helicopters, the kind of helicopters that normally carry troops into battle. They engaged in a firefight over Antonov International Airport, and we know that they put down at least some soldiers because we've seen images that show Russian soldiers with white armbands actually on the ground at the airport. So the question is, where were those soldiers today? The Russians said that the soldiers, they landed at the airport, hooked up with other Russian troops, and were then fighting in this Obolonsky district in the northwest. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry said that the fighting was going on, and they put a message out. It was an appeal to residents in the Obolonsky neighborhood. And they said, please, citizens in the Obolonsky neighborhood, we ask you to keep us informed about the movement of military hardware. Peaceful residents, be careful. Do not leave your homes. But they also said, make Molotov cocktails and neutralize the occupier. So there does seem to be fighting that could be happening there. And then if we can see one more video later in...
Make Molotov cocktails. In other words, dig in for the long haul and perhaps draw in the Russian forces to urban warfare.
They were the ones advising civilians to make Molotov cocktails to fight the Russian troops. Later in the day, we can see that the Ukrainian authorities were handing out weapons apparently to civilians. Again, we don't have all the details. We know that this was in the same neighborhood, and
these
they were
images
handing
are
out
verified,
weapons.
the ones you just
These are verified images. We know that these images were shot around the middle of the day in the Obolonsky district in northwestern Kiev. I saw a shotgun and I saw an assault weapon, an assault rifle being handed out to people who are in civilian clothing. So it suggests that the Ukrainian military or the Ukrainian defense authorities are handing out guns to civilians, expecting that there might be fighting there.
What about when it comes to seeing actual Russian troops on Ukrainian soil?
Well, we've been looking for that all day. We've got an idea of what to look out for because we've been following videos of the Russian troops who've been preparing on the edges of Ukraine. And we have seen some pictures of Russian troops inside Ukrainian territory. And in the south, and we have a map to show this, much further south, there are, so much further south from the capital, just north of Crimea. Crimea has been held by Russia since 2014. And about 60 kilometers north of there, inside Ukrainian territory, we've seen columns of Russian armor actually coming in. Those videos, they had... there was a Ukrainian civilian who was narrating those videos, and he said that the soldiers there, he spoke to the soldiers there, he saw soldiers on the ground. This is what we're talking about here. This was in Kakhovka. You see that indicated on the map?
Near the Dnieper River?
It's further south than there, but they were crossing a bridge, and in the video, you see soldiers actually on the ground. They are Russian soldiers. The man making the video, who appears to be Ukrainian, he goes up to the soldiers and he says he asked them, "Where are you guys from?" They said, "We're from Russia." He said, "Can I film you?" And he said, "Yeah." And they said, "Yes, go ahead." So these are apparently Russian soldiers who are saying openly, "Yes, you can film us. We're here. We're in Ukraine." And they actually arrived in a column that had armored vehicles in it. It had APCs, and we have pictures of that as well. Here you can see some armored vehicles. If you look on the side of them there, you'll see a Z written. There you go. There's one there, and then there's one on this truck. You see they're putting a Z on the side of their vehicles.
What's that about?
We've seen that in a lot of Russian vehicles all around the zone, and it appears to be an effort to differentiate their vehicles from Ukrainian vehicles, because the two armies, of course, have the same kind of military materiel that they've had since Soviet days, the similar equipment, so they're trying to distinguish themselves, apparently. There's one other thing that we've seen Russian soldiers doing, and there's one shot of them here. This is interesting. This is pictures that we think were in the Kiev area. Now look at this soldier right here. You can see white armbands. This is something we saw in the south, and we've also seen in the airport that we were showing before. Russian soldiers wearing white armbands on both arms. That appears to be a sign of a Russian soldier within Ukraine.
Right, so because they get their equipment from the same source, both sides.
Exactly. It all comes from Soviet equipment. The weapons look very similar.
One final question for you, Derek Thompson. People watching these images on social media, they're very strong at times, and there's this impulse to retweet or to like. What advice would you give to people?
God, it's going to sound arrogant. Wait till we verify them. When we say a verified video, what we do is we take the video and we use the available information to us to establish that kind of event was happening in that particular place at that particular time. We also look at details like the geography, the outlines of the buildings. We cross-reference the buildings and the shape of the streets with Google Maps, with other public sources. We make sure we can know 100% that a certain video was shot in a certain place, and then we have other techniques to determine what time it was shot. So when we verify videos, it actually requires a lot of work. It's very important work because we must be documenting what's happening in a conflict that is as confusing and as confused as this.
All right, many thanks. Derek Thompson from the Observer's website at France 24. Thanks for being with us. Now, the focus of the West's response is shifting at this hour to Brussels. We had overnight an EU summit that finished at 3 a.m. Ukrainians complaining that the results were underwhelming. Dave Keating is France 24's correspondent there. Dave, it's the turn of foreign ministers who are back in Brussels. What's the latest?
Well, the first thing the foreign ministers have to do is rubber stamp that agreement on the second round of sanctions that was agreed by EU prime ministers and presidents last night. Now, they are in the process of doing that, but even as they do that, they are preparing a third round. So these are further sanctions than what was agreed last night. And the big thing that we're likely to get tonight is sanctions on Vladimir Putin himself and his foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, they would have their assets in the EU frozen. So that would mean they can't access their money in banks that are in the EU or financial institutions. But this will not include a travel ban because they do want to maintain some kind of line of communication open with the Kremlin to make sure that if needed, Putin could come to, let's say, Finland to have a summit to try to find a peace. So they are working further here. The big question is SWIFT, this bank transfer system that basically allows Russia to make foreign transactions. The president of Ukraine and many voices within the EU want Russia to be expelled from that system, but a lot of others see that as a really drastic step, the nuclear option that they need to save until the last stage. So we're really not sure whether SWIFT will make it into these sanctions tonight.
Dave, one of the other items that's on the table is what to do about those Ukrainians that are crossing into EU territory. Ukraine, which has borders with Poland, Slovakia, Romania. We heard the German foreign minister saying it was time to let all the refugees in.
We tried everything to ensure that this day would not come. It has come because the Russian president decided in favor of war and against human lives. And that is why we will take in all the people who are fleeing now.
Dave Keating, did Annalena Baerbock just say that the door is open to all Ukrainians?
That is the message we've been getting. Ursula von der Leyen said the same thing yesterday. It is right now the message is a pretty united one that all Ukrainians are welcome. It's a stark contrast to how the EU has welcomed refugees from other parts of the world, that's for sure. But the UN is talking about up to 5 million refugees that could be arriving here as a result of this conflict. And there's concern that the EU just isn't ready, isn't prepared. Now, a lot of these Eastern EU countries on Ukraine's border, so Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, they have already for about 2 weeks been setting up processing facilities to get people in and registered. Right now, Ukrainians can just come into the EU without a visa. They have a visa-free regime for tourism purposes for 90 days. So they can just come in right now if they think they're only going to be displaced for less than 90 days. If they wanted to stay longer, then they need to apply for asylum, and that's a lot more complicated. Now, we heard the Romanian foreign minister, as he was coming in here just before, was saying this was a major focus for him because obviously they're having a lot of processing centers. They border Ukraine. But he also said the EU needs to help Moldova. Moldova is a Romanian-speaking country next to Romania, but not part of the EU, former USSR. The foreign minister said they are already processing thousands of Ukrainian refugees, and they need help because it's a big, big order.
Dave, we're seeing sporting sanctions. The UEFA stripping St. Petersburg of the Champions League final. That's coming here to Paris. Formula One Grand Prix will be moving from Moscow to Turkey. What about the Eurovision Song Contest?
Yeah, we just got an announcement from the European Broadcasting Union that Russia will not be participating this year. That may sound like a no-brainer. I cover the Eurovision Song Contest every year, and I was having a hard time picturing how on earth Russia was going to field an entry. But for the EBU to proactively take this step so early is quite extraordinary. Actually, it's unprecedented, as far as I know, for a country to not be allowed to participate in Eurovision for reasons unrelated to the rules of the contest. The EBU always says it's a technical organization, not a political organization, and it doesn't have the power to decide who can participate in its various events among its members based on outside political factors. So this is a very big step for the EBU to take, and I think shows the gravity of the situation. Eurovision is taking place in the Italian city of Turin this year in May, and it was really hard to see how a Russian entry was going to get on that stage with everything going on.
Oh, wow. So even the Eurovision Song Contest becomes political. Many thanks, Dave Keating, with that live update from Brussels. We'll be crossing back to Dave as we know more from there. For more, let's cross to Warsaw. Janusz Onyszkiewicz is a former Polish Minister of Defense. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24. Can you hear me? Janusz Onyszkiewicz, can you hear me? All right, we'll try to cross back to Warsaw in a moment. We are in the company as well of Armin Georgian from our International Affairs Desk. Yeah, we were saying lots happening in Brussels. There's NATO, which is convening right now. There's the EU. And the Western response, we heard Dave Keating mention that the dial may be moving when it comes to SWIFT, but it hasn't yet.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been, we can sense there's a change in these EU talks now, with the German finance minister saying that Germany is now open to this idea of suspending Russia from the SWIFT international payments system, which would be a big step. Although, it has to be said, for it to bite, it would also have to be coordinated with G7 allies such as Japan. It wouldn't be the EU on its own. But anyway, in terms of the internal EU dynamics, that German statement suggests that there is a shift going on. France, of course, was already heading in that direction, but as we understand it...
Explicitly so.
Yeah, exactly. But Italy and Austria still thought to be holding out on that. Of course, Austria particularly using that SWIFT system to pay for Russian gas. And this would have to be a decision of all EU member states. So they haven't reached that point yet. But it would be a pretty significant step if that's confirmed.
All right, let's try to cross back to Warsaw. Janusz Onyszkiewicz is the former Polish Minister of Defense. Can you hear us okay here in Paris?
Well,
thank you so much for being with us. Before I ask you about what's happening today precisely in Ukraine, in Poland, in Brussels, just as somebody who lived through those heady days of the 1980s when the Poles stood up to Soviet influence with the Solidarity movement, your thoughts on, is this taking us back in history, or is this a new chapter?
Well, unfortunately, it is a new chapter, but a very sad chapter, because after '89, we all thought that we are entering a period of more or less peaceful, not coexistence, but development of good relations also with Russia, with everything. We had a very extensive set of all sorts of institutions in Europe, which were very important to keep a certain equilibrium, and also providing some sense of transparency and certainty. Now we are entering a period which really resembles more or less late century, which is extremely dangerous.
Is it? Let me ask you about this. Is it the same as when Soviet tanks rolled into Budapest in 1956 and in Prague in 1968?
Well, absolutely. It looks like we have this kind of a repetition of 1956. We could have repetition. This is 1980, when Solidarity was in a full swing, and Soviets were very ready to invade Poland, but due to the pressure, basically from the United States and other countries, they finally decided to waiting for further developments, and later on we had martial law and all things. Quite well known to everybody. So we have the same sort of instruments which Soviet Union used, now being used by Putin.
Let me, to put this in perspective, what's happening today. Stay with us, Janusz Onyszkiewicz, please. Yep. We're going to cross over to our correspondent Magdalena Przewodnik, who is on the border between Poland and Ukraine. Magdalena, tell us where you are.
Good evening, everyone. I'm in Przemyśl, the border city, near the border city with Ukraine, right next to the train station where a lot of Ukrainians, refugees are arriving by train and cars to find a safe place after the country was attacked by the Russians. There are around 5,000 1,000 people that cross this very checkpoint, border crossing since yesterday morning. There are more and more people coming. There are more trains coming. They have big delays because of the problems at the border. Apparently, they are checked by Ukrainians, and also because of the martial law, a lot of men are actually stopped on the way and taken from the train. So what we hear and what we can see here is ladies, women, kids, and elderly people arriving to the Polish side.
I was speaking with one Ukrainian telling me that there were the women and children, as you say, crossing over in one direction, and some men going the other way to go fight. Have you witnessed any of that?
Well, I just arrived this morning, but there is a train at 7 tonight, 7 p.m. Przemyśl time, and I am going to meet those people. There are not many of them for the moment. I know that they're also grouping in Poland, just organizing the trips back to Ukraine by car. So not all of them will go by trains, but I'll definitely try to meet them. People here local told me that they've been already trying to cross and they've been already taking those.
All right, we seem to have lost the connection there with Magdalena Przewodnik. Let's cross back to Warsaw. Janusz Onyszkiewicz, the former Polish defense minister, is with us. We've had this announcement in the last couple of hours that the border is going to be open to the EU for refugees coming in. Your reaction?
Well, I think that people in Poland, they really feel very sympathetic to Ukrainians. We already have more than 1 million Ukrainians working in Poland to admit and to take care of another million if necessary. But I would like to return to your previous question. I think that what we can see now is a repetition, not only 1956, but first of all 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia. Because the whole scenario, which we can see unfolding under our eyes, is more or less a repetition of what could be the final outcome of the events of 2008, when Russia also wanted to topple Saakashvili, but they were stopped then by the intervention of Western powers. Now, this didn't work, and we can see the same thing, but on a much major scale.
Same thing on a much bigger scale. We're waiting on NATO to speak. Can they do anything at this point that will in any way move the dial?
Well, I don't think we can do more, but what we can, make Ukrainian army much stronger, delivering more, and at least also presenting Russia with a quite clear scenario of major support, which could be offered to Ukrainians, which would more or less copy the assistance U.S. provided.
Janusz Onyszkiewicz, I'm going to interrupt you for a second because we're with Armin Georgian here in the studio, our international affairs editor who's monitoring the situation. You're getting breaking news from NATO headquarters.
Yeah, what I'm now hearing is that NATO has officially activated its high readiness task force, which includes 45,000 NATO troops from all alliance countries. We don't have the breakdown as in who's contributing what exactly, but this force was already on alert status, and apparently it's going to deploy not just to the Baltics, but also to Romania and to Poland. I think just to put the Romania deployment, if that's confirmed, into context, is the backdrop to that, if you will, is these noises that have come from the Kremlin about, or at least from Russian officials about perhaps that Transnistria might be an area of interest for future Russian policy. So I think it's what NATO calls about the
just to remind our viewers, Transnistria is a separatist region of Moldova, which borders Romania.
Right. So I think the signal, but there's obviously, without getting into all the breakdowns of troops and stuff, that there's a basic political message which is being sent here, which is what NATO calls its eastern flank, which is not just the Baltics, but going right down south to Romania as well, that is now in play in terms of this deployment, according to these early reports.
All right, these troop deployments, Janusz Onyszkiewicz, we know, and we've heard U.S. President Joe Biden say it explicitly, there won't be troops going into Ukraine. But is it to prepare for what some consider one of the worst case scenarios, which would be Ukrainian forces chased by the Russians across the borders of, say, Poland or Slovakia or Romania?
Well, I don't think that will happen, because that would mean that, the Russians would penetrate as deeply as, or more or less close to Polish border. But if that would happen, we would have a repetition of 1920, when Bolsheviks pushed the Ukrainian army also across Polish border, and finally this army had to be sort of taken care of in Poland after our peace treaty with Bolsheviks. So it could be a repetition. I hope it won't happen. But what really is worrying are signals from Russia, in the situation, just saying that Russia would also be very much opposing possible membership of Sweden and Finland to NATO, which obviously are countries of totally different nature for Russians than Ukraine, but that's simply shameful.
Right, and those noises coming out of how do you read all of this? The fact that Vladimir Putin has surprised most by going all in on Ukraine and is now threatening perhaps Sweden and Finland. And we heard our Brussels correspondent, by the way, echo what we just heard from Armin Georgian.
He's not threatening, but he's simply warning that we simply should not sort of consider enlarging into its direction, not only by admitting Ukraine.
And you heard Armin Georgian there echo what we had heard from our Brussels correspondent, which was concern over Transnistria, which is this separatist region which borders, which is in Moldova, but also borders Ukraine, and that's a concern for both NATO and the European Union. What is Vladimir Putin's endgame here?
What Putin is really after is to collect all Russian sort of lands. In the Russian lands, he considers every area which is inhabited by people sort of speaking Russian or feeling some affinity to Russia. So this is extremely dangerous concept, but unfortunately that's sort of his idea. He would like really to recreate major Russian worlds, which would be nothing else but Russian Empire.
Let's listen to Vladimir Putin speaking a little bit earlier. It was remarks that had been taped, and it was a direct appeal to Ukrainian soldiers.
I say again to the Ukrainian armed forces, take power. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement with you than with the gang of neo-Nazis and drug addicts that have taken the whole Ukrainian people hostage.
Janusz Onyszkiewicz, we saw remarks by the French president relayed, attributed to the French president in the weekly newspaper, the Canard Enchaîné this week, saying that the Vladimir Putin of today is not the Vladimir Putin he knew when he got into office back in 2017. Is this the same Vladimir Putin you've seen since over the last 2 decades?
So at the very beginning, Putin really was very much in favor of developing some kind of relationship with that he was the first to phone President Bush after World Trade Center was attacked. So he clearly was quite keen on making some sort of an arrangement. And West, but finally he probably realized that the contract he signed with his people, that he guarantees sort of permanent improvement of their standards of living, cannot be delivered. So we must sort of provide them with in other
ways.
And the trouble with Russia is that Russia considers that the greatness of Russia is based not on prestige but on fear.
All right, that's an ominous conclusion. Janusz Onyszkiewicz, a pleasure as always to have you, and thank you so much for your analysis. Janusz Onyszkiewicz, former Polish Minister of Defense. If you're just joining us here on France 24, reminder of our top story, fighting in the northern suburbs of Kiev, small units that have been confirmed by both sides, bigger troop movements further away from the capital, gunfire after nightfall as a mass exodus of civilians continue, and as the European Union weighs its next move. There's been a lot of pushback against the sanctions that were agreed to in a late-night summit that finished at 3 in the morning. We're going to cross over to Brussels now, though, where the other, while those foreign ministers meet, the other big event taking place is the NATO members meeting.
Our thoughts are with those killed, injured, and displaced. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, immediately cease its assaults, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, and turn back to the path of dialogue and turn away from aggression. The Kremlin's objectives are not limited to Ukraine. Russia has demanded legally binding agreements to announce further NATO enlargement and to remove troops and infrastructure from allies that joined after 1997. We are facing a new normal in European security, where Russia openly contests the European security order and uses force to pursue its objectives. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. President Putin's decision to pursue his aggression against Ukraine is a terrible strategic mistake, for which Russia will pay a severe price for years to come. NATO allies and the European Union have already introduced significant sanctions, and many of our partners around the globe have joined us. We must stand ready to do more, even if it means we have to pay a price, because we are in this for the long haul. At the same time, the Russian people must know that Kremlin's war on Ukraine will not make Russia more secure. It will not make Russia more respected in the world. It will not lead to a better future for your children. In response to Russia's massive military build-up over the past months, we have already strengthened our deterrence and defense. Yesterday, NATO allies activated our defense plans. And as a result, we are deploying elements of the NATO response force on land, at sea and in the air, to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency. The United States, Canada and European allies have deployed thousands of more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We have over 100 jets at high alert operating in over 30 different locations, and over 120 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, including 3 strike carrier groups. There must be no space for miscalculation or misunderstanding. We will do what it takes to protect and defend every ally and every inch of NATO territory. Leaders today also made clear that we must continue our support to Ukraine. The Kremlin is trying to make NATO and the EU provide less support to our partners. So our collective answer must be more support to countries like Georgia, Moldova.
That's the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg speaking in live remarks. We're in the company of Armin Georgian from our International Affairs Desk. Stoltenberg calling it a terrible strategic mistake what Vladimir Putin has done that Russia will pay for years to come.
That's right. He also labelled Belarus an enabler and said that that it would face the consequences of that. And I think the main news, though, that came out of this brief presser, Francois, was the announcement of NATO's rapid response force, which is being activated. So that's a force of tens of thousands of personnel. He didn't say, or hasn't said so far, exactly where he's going to deploy it, but I've been reading elsewhere about suggestions that it would go to the Baltics and to Romania and to Poland. But I think the main message is, again, and NATO's been hammering this for weeks, by the way, that there should be no space for misunderstanding. So saying effectively to, to the Russian government that any encroachment on any NATO territory would obviously be met with a major response, but and also more help to Ukraine as well, which was in the works too.
All right, Armin Georgian, many thanks. Stay with us. We're going to cross to Berlin. Emmanuel Chaz, our correspondent over there. Emmanuel, one summit begets another. There's been a lot of criticism since that 3 a.m. summit over the sanctions leveled by the EU, the fact that there hadn't been the stiff, swift sanctions shutting Russia out of that banking and payments system. 3 nations singled out: Italy, Austria, and Germany. But there now appears to be movement.
Exactly. Germany seems to be shifting its stance on SWIFT, on the sanctions, on the withdrawal of the SWIFT banking system for Russia. But you have to keep in mind, Francois, that the reasons why Germany would be so hesitant to implement this sanction is that Germany has very deep trade ties with Russia. I came across some figures today while I was doing some research. You know, Germany is one of the main investors, most important investors to Russia. We're talking about 25 billion euros each year. There's also 3,600 German companies based in Russia. They employ over 270,000 people there. if you make the comparison with the German commercial interests in Ukraine at the moment, those amount to 3.6 billion euros. So there's a lot at stake for Germany. There's the economic ties with Russia, and of course there's also the energetic dependency of Germany. Germany, is up to 55% dependent on Russian gas supplies. And you were mentioning Austria, which also opposes the sanction on the SWIFT banking system. Austria relies entirely on Russian gas for to cover its energetic needs. So, this explains the hesitancy from those countries.
Hesitancy when it comes to sanctioning Russia, but letting in refugees. We heard the German foreign minister a short while ago echo what the president of the European Commission had said, which was that Ukrainian refugees are welcome in the EU.
Exactly. We've heard not only the German foreign minister, we've also heard Slovakia, we've seen in Poland also borders being open for Ukrainian refugees. They won't even need a visa, they just need a birth certificate, some sort of identification proof. And of course, Germany also expects to welcome Ukrainian refugees. There's also a very strong community of Ukrainians already here in Germany. 300,000 people of Ukrainian origin. Half of them have the German nationality, hold the German nationality. A lot of them gathered yesterday in Berlin at the Brandenburger Tor. I was there, witnessed this rally in support for Ukraine and in protest against the war that Vladimir Putin launched on Russia. And Francois, if we have time, I'd just like to mention something that shows you just how dire the situation is here, how unexpected this all unfolded. The German president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, issued a statement today. There was not a single wire mentioning that statement because press agencies are so busy. He was saying in conclusion of this statement that Vladimir Putin should not believe for a moment that the people in Germany and the people of Europe will simply accept this brutal act of violence that is the war. This was what the German president had to say today about this invasion of Ukraine.
Emmanuel Chaz reporting live from Berlin. Many thanks for that update. Opinions and policy positions evolving fast in places like Germany. And in Brussels, he's got one eye on that EU foreign ministers meeting where they're deciding on further sanctions, and one eye on the rest of the day's business news. Hello, Cole Stangler.
Hey, Francois. Yeah, so things, as we were mentioning, moving pretty quickly here in Brussels. The EU says it's ready for a third round of sanctions, but before that, they still need to hammer out the details of a second round. That's what foreign ministers are doing now, putting into writing those broad plans that were agreed to yesterday. And so we don't have all the details at this stage, but here are some of just the big pillars that we know of these sanctions. One of the big targets, obviously, the financial sector. According to the head of the European Commission, this round of sanctions will cover 70% of Russia's banking market. Yet last night we saw President Biden announce 2 Russian banks, Sberbank and VTB. We'll have to see what's covered in these European sanctions. The EU also wants to ban buying stock in or lending to a handful of key state firms in sectors like aerospace and defense. Now, another big focus, as you can see here, is Russian industry. The EU wants to block a range of exports on technology and goods that can be used by the military. The idea isn't just to hit the military, but also the tech sector in Russia to try and prevent it from developing. And Europe's also that third pillar. Europe expected to expand the list of individuals covered by sanctions. We're now seeing reports that it will cover those sanctions will cover President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. There were some questions about that, but indications are that they will be covered. Essentially would have their assets frozen in the EU.
Well, if commodity traders are anything to go by, they seem to believe that the energy sector for now is off of the hook.
Yeah, so there are a few different, as I was saying, areas that are left off of the table, so to speak, for now. The first one is this apparent decision not to block Russian access to the SWIFT system, the international payment system used by banks around the world. The finance ministers of France and Germany have said it still could be an option, but it's been described as, quote, a last resort. Clearly has not been agreed to yet. As Yinke Oyatade explains here, cutting out Russia from SWIFT could also come with steep costs to the West.
It's been called the nuclear option of sanctions. Russia's invasion in Ukraine has amplified calls to ban Moscow from SWIFT. As the world's top payment transfer network, SWIFT is seen as essential plumbing for world banks. The Belgian-based service connects some 11,000 lenders around the world, facilitating more than 40 million transactions a day. Banning Russia from SWIFT could devastate its economy. Cross-border transactions would become much more difficult and expensive for financial institutions there, potentially crippling Russian trade.
This is the very last resort, SWIFT, but this is one of the options that remains on the table.
The EU is wary of a ban on Russia. The country is the bloc's fifth largest trading partner. A cut-off could deal a blow to the economies of member states, both in receiving payments on Russian debt and in paying for the Russian gas deliveries they rely on. Russia has been trying to cushion the blow of a potential ban from SWIFT by looking to alternatives.
Russia is developing its own sort of parallel system to SWIFT. And of course, if you take Russia out of the SWIFT system, it will simply seek to develop its own system along with China and become a competitor to SWIFT.
China's cross-border interbank payment system could also be an alternative, but the rival service is much smaller than SWIFT. Moscow could find itself in a similar position as Iran. The country was ejected from SWIFT in 2012. As a result, it lost almost half of its oil export revenue and 30% of its foreign trade.
Now, Francois, on a closely related note, it doesn't look like Russia's energy sector is going to be hit as hard by these sanctions as some had anticipated. Much like the SWIFT issue, there's concern over secondary effects here. As we're hearing, 40% of Europe's natural gas comes from Russia. And so the question a lot of leaders are asking is how do you replace that? Earlier this week, we saw the Germans announce that they would not certify the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. It's one thing to cancel something that's not yet operational, but there are much steeper costs to cutting off the spigot, so to speak, today. The line among certain Ukrainians would be, too bad we're in the middle of a war. There may be a strong political case to be made, but that point of view, clearly not the dominant one in Brussels, at least for now.
Not the dominant one in Brussels, at least for now. And again, it's been a strange day on the markets.
Yeah, so starting off with energy prices, actually, we saw a steep hike yesterday. They've been declining today. One of the big reasons is oil and gas flows from Russia do not appear like they'll be as significantly impeded as at least previously anticipated. So I'll get you these figures here now in a moment. Brent crude trading, it was over $100 a barrel yesterday. Now it's down to under $97 a barrel. Similar story when you look at natural gas. This is one of the key measures for prices in Europe, that the tidal transit facility in the Netherlands, down a whopping 30% today. And we also saw Russian stocks recover, interestingly, the major equities index in Moscow finishing up 20%. So recovering much of that record loss that we saw yesterday, down 30%. And then let's wrap here with the European markets. They finished up as well, all up over 3% in London, Paris, and Frankfurt. Wall Street also in the green. So far, we'll be keeping an eye on all of these numbers as the evening progresses.
All right, many thanks. Cole Stangler, who, as mentioned, will be back later as well with the closing word on Wall Street. Much more coverage to come of the conflict in Ukraine. It's time now for sports, which includes, well, the Champions League final, moved from St. Petersburg to Paris.
It's one of the many repercussions of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. UEFA has stripped St. Petersburg of the Champions League final. Instead, European football's most prestigious game will be held in Paris on May 28th. After condemning the ongoing military invasion, the football body said it will fully support efforts to ensure the provision of rescue for football players and their families in Ukraine, who face dire human suffering, destruction and displacement. But UEFA is still sponsored by Russian gas giant Gazprom, which is majority owned by the Kremlin. It's a sponsor that's causing embarrassment to the football world in general. German club Schalke tweeted that it was removing Gazprom's logo from its shirts, without expanding on what that meant for the future of its partnership. which brings in up to €10 million per season. Manchester United, meanwhile, have withdrawn Russian airline Aeroflot's sponsorship rights. But football isn't the only sport to be impacted by the conflict. Formula One removed the Russian Grand Prix from its schedule after several drivers said they would boycott the September event.
I think it's horrible to see what is happening. I should not go, I will not go. I think it's wrong to race in the country.
In basketball, upcoming EuroLeague games involving Russian teams have been postponed. 5 World Cup skiing events that were scheduled in Russia this weekend and next month have also been cancelled or moved.
Armin Georgian from our International Affairs Desk. There's the argument that sanctions, punitive sanctions, didn't work in 2014. They won't work again in 2022. But things like moving at the Champions League final, kicking Russia out of the Eurovision Song Contest, that those might make an impact on public opinion there?
I think it depends really who, how much it could be a generational thing, right? So in the sense that young people are plugged into, TikTok, Snapchat, all these things, they know what's going on in the West. It's a similar argument that's been made about how, perhaps older people in Russia watching state television more, whereas young people, including soldiers, can, just on their mobile phones, get a very different view, including the Ukrainian view. So when, Putin says things like the Ukrainian army should lay down its weapons and should take over the government, kick out the fascists and the drug addicts and stuff. Is that really how a young person thinks, regardless of whether they're Ukrainian or Russian or somewhere else? So I think the answer to your question kind of lies in different perceptions, perhaps, between generations and what people are aware of, what they want to do. And yes, of course, there is a Russian middle class that does still, in spite of everything, like, coming, or some people like going to Nice in the summer for holidays, those who can afford it.
It feels European.
Yeah.
Armin Georgian, many thanks. We have much more rolling coverage coming up. Stay with us. You're watching France 24. We're going live to Kiev at the top of the hour.
Звони маме, говори, что в метро шла.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know.
Держи меня, ладно? По возможности. Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
Все?
Gunfire in the northern suburbs of Kyiv amid a mass exodus of civilians as Ukraine's government calls up conscripts. Russia's president calls on the Ukrainian military to overthrow its leadership. Ukraine's government, which has blasted the EU for so far stopping short of freezing Russia out of the SWIFT international banking system as sanctions widen against Vladimir Putin and his entourage. The Champions League final moved from St. Petersburg to Paris. Hello, everyone. I'm François Picard. Welcome to a special edition here on France 24. Our coverage begins in the Ukrainian capital after a second day of Russia's invasion, where it is now nightfall. A curfew is on. Let's cross to France 24 Chief International Affairs Editor Robert Parsons. Rob, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi, Francois. Yeah, I was waiting for you to ask me a question. I'm sorry.
Well, the first question I have for you is, night has fallen. The streets are deserted from what you were telling us earlier.
That's right.
We've been watching how the bulk of the fighting is taking place further to the north of the capital, but it's been a day where we did see skirmishes north of the city center.
We did. In a suburb called Abalon, there was fighting at one point. It was difficult to tell how significant it was. It emerged that it seems to be the case that the Ukrainians were fighting against Russian reconnaissance units, which were quickly suppressed. I spoke to somebody who came back from where the fighting had taken place, and they said it was all quiet now. But it does seem like the Russians are poking, probing, seeing where possible weaknesses are in the Ukrainian defenses. The main body of the force that's coming down towards Kiev appears to be about 50 kilometers away at this point, and struggling, it seems, to make rapid progress. They had been hoping to capture the town of Chernihiv. It looks like they're going to have to choose a different route. They're struggling to make progress at Kharkiv as well. And there are reports that they are struggling too in the east of the country as well, struggling to break through that line of control that has, over the last few years, separated Ukrainian forces and the Russian-backed separatists. So it's not all going the Russians' way at this moment.
Covered for us the war back in 2008 in Georgia. At the time, Vladimir Putin left himself wiggle room. He could or he didn't have to march on the capital, Tbilisi. In the end, he did not. This time, especially after the remarks he made earlier, it's clear that if he doesn't get his forces all the way to Kiev, he's got egg on his face?
It certainly looks like that. It would be, almost impossibly humiliating for him in the eyes of his own people if this operation is not a success, if he doesn't get what he wants. In other words, he's taken a big risk. If the Russian army fails to defeat the much weaker Ukrainian army, that will not look good with a Russian people which is looking askance in any way at his decision to go ahead with a war in which Russians are pitted against people that most Russians regard as being very close to them. Fellow Slavs, speaking to somebody today who came up to me in the street, a Russian woman, I was just about to do a live. She was curious, she came up and started speaking to me in Russian. And she said, what on earth is going on? She was bemused. We have friends in Russia, we have relatives in Russia. What on earth? This makes no sense. Why is Vladimir Putin doing this? And then she said, I spit on him.
We had Rob on Thursday, on the first day of the conflict, this moment of obviously huge anguish. I mean, the bombing starting, and for civilians, the question of whether you stay put or whether you go. What's it like where you are in the capital?
Well, it's very quiet now, Francois. I think people have pretty much made their choice. The ones who want to get out have by and large got out. The first 24 hours there were big queues, traffic jams on the roads out of Kiev. The petrol stations were pretty much blocked up with traffic that stretched back hundreds of meters. The petrol pumps were running out. People were taking jerry cans along to fill them up as well. But the picture does seem to have changed a little bit over the last 24 hours. Fewer people seem to be moving, although they still are. But those that have stayed are pretty much staying indoors. And part of the reason for that, I guess, is A, because they're worried that there might be a missile attack, and there have already been several. But also there's not an awful lot to do on the streets at the moment. The shops are all shut, the restaurants are closed, the bars are shut, the cafes are shut, and most people, if not everybody, has decided they're going to stay at home rather than go to work. And in addition to that, the government is saying the best thing you can do is stay at home. If you've got a cellar, if there's an air raid siren, go into your cellar and stay there.
And we heard another address by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president, during the day, making it clear that Vladimir Putin was coming for him and his family. Robert Parsons, what's the view on the street as to the way the government is handling it all?
Well, this is a moment, I think, when most people are not interested in being critical of the government. It's a moment of patriotism, I think, for Ukrainians, where they get behind their government, whatever their feelings about it in the past. Former critics, I think, for the moment are prepared to give Volodymyr Zelensky the benefit of the doubt and get behind him and ensure that there is solidarity in the face of an existential threat to the country and to the people of Ukraine. So the mood is pretty solid. There are a lot of people who are signing up to volunteer in defense units. A lot of reservists are being called up. There are 1.5 million reservists all told in Ukraine. Not all of them have been called up yet. 48 hours ago, I think 36,000 were called up at that point. So there is quite a large base which the government can call up on of people who want to fight, prepared to fight, and now they're getting armed as well. I think you mentioned in one of your previous programs that the the weapons shops were selling out. That's certainly the case, but the government is also now supplying its citizens with weapons and also teaching them, how to make Molotov cocktails and that sort of thing, to ensure that the defense of Kiev, when it happens, will be wide scale, not just the Ukrainian army fighting against the Russians, but the entire population of the city of Kiev.
Ukrainians digging in for a fight. Chief International Affairs Editor Robert Parsons, thank you for that live update from the capital, Kyiv. Special edition of The World This Week in the company of Craig Kapitas, Editor-at-Large of Quartz, author of Bear Hunting with the Politburo. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Francois.
From Moscow, France 24 correspondent Nick Holdsworth joins us as well. Welcome to the show. And from Geneva, hello. Anna Garmash, chair of the advocacy group Ukraine Action. Well, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Before I turn to all of you, and in the wake of what we just heard there from Rob Parsons in Kyiv, let's just give you a reminder of how this day has unfolded. Monty Francis has that story.
You could hear the sounds of war on Friday, just a few miles north of central Kyiv, as Russian troops entered the Ukrainian capital. With the streets deserted, Ukraine's defense ministry urged people to stay indoors and to prepare Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. Some heeded the advice, taking cover in underground metro stations, while others fled. At a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, Ukrainian forces battled with Russian helicopters, shooting flares to send heat-guided missiles off course. The Kremlin said on Friday it was willing to negotiate, but only if Ukraine laid down its arms.
We are ready for negotiations at any moment. As soon as the armed forces of Ukraine respond to the call of our president, they must stop resisting and lay down their arms.
Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones, and 1 helicopter. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he and his family have been personally targeted, and he denounced Russia in a televised address.
They say that civilian objects are not a target for them, but this is another lie. They do not distinguish between areas in which they operate.
On Snake Island, on the edge of Ukraine's territorial waters, Russian forces moved in and issued a chilling warning that elicited a bold reply. Moments later, the ship fired, killing 13 Ukrainian troops. As Ukrainian forces fight back, President Zelensky has declared martial law, barring most men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country.
Nick Holdsworth, we had that statement, that tape that was released of the Russian president earlier, where he called on the Ukrainian army to rise up against a leadership that Vladimir Putin qualified as drug addicts and neo-Nazis. How do those kinds of words land with the Russian public?
The Russian public are becoming very slowly and very gradually fed up with Vladimir Putin. You wouldn't really know it if you walked around, if you walked around the Russian capital, Moscow, on the bright spring, rather chilly day that we had today. People are going about their business as usual, but when you stop and talk to them in their own language, carefully and quietly, you don't talk too loudly, they don't want to be overheard, they tell you that they've really had it up to here with this man.
But is that, excuse me, is that inside of the liberal bubble of Moscow, or is that significant?
No. No, this is not inside the liberal bubble of Moscow. I haven't been talking to, well, I have talked to my friends inside the liberal bubble of Moscow. I expect them to object to Putin's war. No, I've taken to the streets. Just I've been out and about. I take the opportunity to talk to people. I talk to a newspaper seller, lady selling papers in a kiosk outside a metro station, a very ordinary Russian. I showed her a copy of the government newspaper, Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Today's issue has a massive photograph of Putin on it and the verbatim text of that war speech yesterday morning at whatever time it was, 3 or 4 in the morning here. Now, you could expect that from a government newspaper. You could expect a propagandistic headline. I have it at hand somewhere around here. I should have had it with me. I could show you. And I looked at the picture and I just, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, I said to this woman of about 50, I said, look at his eyes. Can you look into his eyes? And it's a big enough picture, bright enough colour picture. And she did. And I said, does that man have a soul? And, this was a little tongue-in-cheek. And she looked at me and she said, no. That's an ordinary person. That's not somebody from the liberal bubble in Moscow. And there definitely is a liberal bubble here. But no, these are ordinary people. I've talked to shop assistants, to people I've run into the street. I think the Russians don't like it, and they certainly don't like the use of Nazis being bandied around. That may find a target in some of the less thoughtful, some of the more ignorant, but most people here find that repulsive because this country suffered so severely at the hands of the Nazis 80 years ago. And families, okay, most of the veterans are dead now. The last count I remember is 140,000 war veterans still alive. So most of those have probably died. Maybe not all of them, but there's plenty of war veterans still around, actually. Families, every single family in Russia has a story about the great uncle, the grandfather, the great-great-grandfather, whoever it was. I went to the dentist earlier in the week, mentioned my uncle, my mother, my couple of uncles, and he told me a story about his father, his uncles, the father sent to work the land because he was too young to go to the front, and being upset not because he wanted to be in a combat zone, but because actually you got less food working the land than if you'd been at the front. So everyone suffered, and labelling the Ukrainian leadership, led by a president who's Jewish, Nazis, is just repulsive to ordinary Russians. I must say that, and all projection by an unhinged, extremely nasty man, and the Russians are beginning to wake up to that. And I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit emotional, but this is not Russia's war. This is not the Russian people's war. This is Vladimir Putin's personal war.
Well, let me turn to Craig Kapitas on this. Based on your experience, if it is Vladimir Putin's personal war, does public opinion matter in the end?
It's pretty tough to follow Nick's assessment, which is if there's a bullseye that we've ever shot on this program, Nick just shot it. Putin doesn't care. We wish he did, but he doesn't. Now, there's two things that I have seen over the past 24 hours that I think are quite important. The first one is a video that came out earlier today that showed 10,000 Chechens getting ready to go into Ukraine. These 10,000 Chechens probably come from a group called North Brigade. These are heavily armed, heavily armored gendarmes. They go in to keep the peace. They are ruthless. They don't take prisoners. They don't believe in reading someone their rights. They are vicious. You could look it up. Putin is now threatening the Ukraine with these Chechens. The Ukrainians know who these people are. These are the ones they're going to be fighting. The second thing that I saw today that I think is significant is the West is finally coming around to realize that Putin is not trying to retread the Soviet Union. What he's trying to do is to create mid-19th century Russian Empire like Tsar Alexander III, whose famous line was, "If the West is cursing Russia, then Russia must be doing something right." This is imperial, it's not neo-Soviet, or however you want to call it. And I would go as far to say at this point, Vladimir Putin is mad. He's lost the plot.
All right. I don't want to go into psychological assessments, but we do have live images from St. Petersburg, second night running, despite hundreds of arrests on Thursday, where there are protests going on. Let's take a listen. Ooh.
А кто нацисты там? А кто нацистами является? А вы там нацисты, видите? Нам даже по телевизору показывают, на Западе свастика ездили. Вы что, с ума сошли?
Nick Holdsworth, can you hear what they're chanting?
I need to listen carefully.
I can't make it out.
They're chanting no war, no to war. Нет
No to
война,
war.
нет войны, нет войны.
All right, no more war. We also...
And that's a hashtag that's trending at the moment.
A hashtag that's trending, and that underlines another part of this that Armin Georgian from our International Affairs Desk was mentioning earlier, how I don't know whether or not, just one final quick word on this, Craig Kapitas, I don't know whether, I don't want to talk about Vladimir Putin's personal state of mind, but there certainly seems to be perhaps a generation gap here.
Yeah, and you'd better start talking about Vladimir Putin's personal state of mind, because every intelligence analyst in the West is right now looking at that. We might not like doing it, but it's being done. In fact, the former head of the CIA was quoted today saying the same thing, and in much more brutal terms. This is a guy who's going around and saying that the Ukrainians are committing genocide. Lie. He is so frightened that he has dispatched mobile crematoriums to the battlefields in Ukraine so he doesn't have to bring home body bags to show his people. There are photos.
We have some of those pictures we can show. This was the Daily Telegraph reporting what the UK Defence Minister said on Wednesday, that those mobile crematoriums for use in battle made by a St. Petersburg company called Tourmaline. And so what the idea is, we don't want to have body bags because that would be bad for public opinion.
Right. No one dies. No soldier's going to die and be brought home.
All right,
They're
so
going to be cremated.
We're getting conflicting claims on both sides about what's going on. We have, in the last hour, gotten a new statement from Ukraine's president. And again, with claims, counterclaims from both sides. Here's what he had to say.
Good evening to everyone. The leader of the faction is here. The head of the presidential office is here. Prime Minister Shmyhal is here. Podolyak is here. The president is here. We're all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence. That's how it'll go. Glory to our defenders, both male and female. Glory to Ukraine.
Anna Garmesh, can you just explain for our viewers from around the world the significance of what we just heard there?
This is indeed extremely important because in such a state of war, it is crucial for everybody to get behind the president and to be able to unite around him. Also, there have been, rumors and discussions about the fact that he might be obviously in danger, but also exfiltrated potentially to Europe, which would mean that he would, in practice, leave the country alone to fend for itself. He's showing that he's there for his country and he's ready to defend it. So, yes, it is a message of solidarity and it is a message of a military leader.
Anna, it's day 2 of this offensive. We heard Robert Parsons at the outset of this broadcast talk about how those who wanted to leave Kiev have for the most part, and the others are staying put. When you speak to family, to friends, what are they telling you?
There are multiple situations there. For instance, I have friends who have indeed left the city. Those who are able to fight, for instance, I have friends who are army reservists who are actually being deployed currently, right now, as we speak. Other friends who are still in Kyiv and are actually either in metro stations or other types of bomb shelters. Others who have actually left because they have lost their homes. There was a question previously about casualties and as well as just civil buildings being attacked. Well, as I said, I have friends who have actually lost their homes today.
And this in major cities?
Yes, I'm talking about a friend who was living next to the Antonov airport, the one that had suffered heavy fighting, namely yesterday.
Anna, did you think it would come to this? Because for months many of us were so shocked on Thursday morning.
There are two things here. First, we have to bear in mind that the war in Ukraine has been ongoing for the past 8 years. Now it's more massive, obviously, it's more full scale. However, Ukrainians are used to a state of war. I have myself been to the war zone. I have seen houses being destroyed by bombs under my very eyes. So there is a certain, let's say, habit and or fatigue emotionally. Also, obviously, everybody, people in general in Ukraine were really hoping to avoid this. Myself, I would not wish to believe this until, let's say, 5 days ago, when I heard Putin's narrative and his speech. This is when I knew that was going to happen, like definitely knew. But until then, yes, the civilian population would just hope that a bloodshed would be avoided.
We're looking at live images of that pro-peace rally taking place in St. Petersburg. It looks like someone in the crowd being taken out and arrested in front of those live cameras. I want to go to London at this point, and Daily Beast world editor Nico Hines, who joins us. Nico, you have teams on the ground as well right now. In Ukraine. It's been a difficult 48 hours.
Yeah, it is absolutely horrific out there. And of course, it's such a huge army. You know, we're talking about the biggest army in Europe, and it seems to be deploying its absolute worst with some of these missiles that are indiscriminate, cruise missiles blowing up just random places, and it's absolutely terrifying for everybody there. I think the question of whether or not this could have been predicted is an interesting one. It seemed, I think, to the West that this was obviously going to happen, but it's very clear that it didn't seem that way in Kyiv, and a lot of the people in Ukraine were being told every day by Zelensky and others that this wasn't going to happen, and not all the preparations that could have been made were made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is something that will come back on the table. The West's reaction, well, no boots on the ground, but we've heard NATO in the past hour announce it was stepping up its forces in Poland, in Romania, in the countries that border Ukraine to the west. Sanctions coming from many quarters, from everything and everyone, from Russia's national carrier Aeroflot to Vladimir Putin himself. But it was an EU summit. It lasted till 3 in the morning. It failed to agree on banning Moscow from the international banking and payments system SWIFT. It failed to ban it so far. We heard the Ukrainian president, who's still sore, particularly over Italy, and judging by the tweet that Volodymyr Zelensky put out earlier, it looks like he declined to take Mario Draghi's call. Today at 10:30 a.m. at the entrance to Chernihiv, Hostomel, that's that airfield that's northwest of the capital, and Melitopol, there were heavy fighting. People died. Next time I'll try to move the war schedule to talk to Mario Draghi at a specific time. Meanwhile, Ukraine continues to fight for its people. There's anger in many quarters, Craig Kapitas, against three nations, Italy, Germany, and Austria, three nations heavily reliant on Russian gas, not on Nord Stream 2, which isn't operational yet, but on the gas that's being pumped through now. It is still winter here in Europe. One country that may be perhaps moving a little bit is Germany, which now says it may be open to those swift sanctions on payments.
Yeah, that was an amazing statement by the Germans, because mostly bankers are only eager to trigger policy changes that will not in any way endanger their position. And the sanctions so far really have not done anything to really harm their own pocketbooks. SWIFT does. It's very symbolic. It's not as effective as many people would think at this point, but it still should be triggered. What needs to be triggered, though, is what I call the Somerset Maugham option. Remember Somerset Maugham, the British writer? When describing the French Riviera, he said it's a sunny place for shady people. Pull their Visa cards, pull their American Express cards.
How do you do that? How do you pull their Visa cards?
You call up Visa, and you trigger certain U.S. Pieces of law that allow you to...
Is there a precedent for this?
Yeah, it was done to people. It was done in Halkbank in Turkey, similar type of actions. Here's the point. A fiat government has the power to do whatever it wants. You pull all their credit cards. Get them off the slopes of Courchevel. Pull everything. Now, you know what they have the right to do? They can go to court, because we're in a democracy here. We're not in Russia. In Russia, they'll either shoot you or send you out to count the birches. If they have a problem with having their credit card pulled, hey, call your banker or call your lawyer and take it to court. This is exactly what some of the oligarchs are doing now in London with the presses. I think Nico knows better than most. And one other thing you have to remember here, Francois, the oligarchs don't like each other. They hate each other. They're like a sack of wolverines, you know. So the more sanctions that you can slap on them and the apparatchiks and all their families, the nastier they're going to get amongst each other. And by the way, the intel agencies are looking at this, and it might trigger some action against Putin. You don't know.
Nick Holdsworth, the calculus is if you sanction the oligarchs, it just reinforces their loyalty to Vladimir Putin.
Oh, they don't have any loyalty to Vladimir Putin. They have loyalty to themselves. They have no loyalty to anybody. Their interest is money. They don't give a fig about Vladimir Putin. They give a fig while he's in the Kremlin. The moment he's gone, easy come, easy go. I've met some of these people. They are as calculating and as casually cruel as Vladimir Putin is. And, you know, Craig is quite correct. You want to hurt the Russians, you want to hurt the elite, you want to hurt Putin, his undeclared wife, his two small boys that, you know, is a big secret but everyone knows about, his daughters, one of whom I believe studied in Germany. You want to hurt them. You want to hurt Lavrov. I think the daughter was at university in London. Probably has bank accounts and property over there. Let it be said, you know, Sergei Lavrov is one of those in the close circle who I'm really disappointed in, because I thought he was a little bit more human, and he's fallen into line because they're all terrified. They're all terrified of this insane egomaniac, clinically insane, a very sick man, Vladimir Putin. You look at his face, that Botox stuffed face of his, you look into his eyes, I mean, there's no emotion there, snake eyes, reptilian eyes.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's...
Okay, this is opinion, but, you know, this is my personal knowledge.
It is definitely opinion.
After 30 years of living and working in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to at least caution you, because we spent 4 years listening to critics of Donald Trump say he's clinically insane. Well, it's just because you don't like someone, you can't judge that they're clinically insane, Nick.
Francois, listen to me, please. Okay. It's not that I don't like him. I have no personal feelings whatsoever, either way, about Vladimir Putin. My concern is for Russia and the Russian people. I have lived and worked in this country for the better part of 30 years. I first came here at the final end of the Soviet Union. I came here in May 1991. I started learning Russian. I came back after the coup. I came back in January 92. My first story was in a village called Yeltsino, which means Yeltsin. And the peasants there were unhappy because their cow sheds were collapsing. And they'd written to the new president, who'd been elected by then, who was now president of the entire Russian Federation because the Soviet Union had just collapsed, 2 or 3 weeks before. I was back in, mid-January 1992. And in Yeltsino, the village of Yeltsin, they'd written a letter saying, please help us, send us money. You're the same name as us. We're kind of, brothers, And Yeltsin had written back saying, basically, you've got to earn your own living under the sun in the new Russia. I go back a long way in this country. I remember the night, I remember seeing that declaration on December the 30th, 1999, when Yeltsin, a sick and alcoholic Yeltsin, handed over to a young, new hope, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. I have followed this carefully and accurately. And okay, this may be a judgment, but I have no personal feeling either way about Vladimir Putin. But what he is doing now is so dangerous, it's so out of keeping with what Russians want. It may not be out of keeping, as Craig just correctly said, with what Tsars thought back in the day. But this whole idea of turning back the clock, redrawing the borders, settling what wasn't settled after 1945. A couple of points. Those mobile crematorium, whoa. 1942, Stalin had an order, do not bury the bodies of men lost on the front, for precisely the same reason those mobile crematoriums are there now. Nobody's come back, they're not in the casualty list. In 1996, one summer, near St. Petersburg, I went into the forest with a Russian acquaintance of mine, looking for evidence of the battles outside St. Petersburg, Leningrad as it was then, during World War II. The only things, it's littered with arms and, artillery pieces, a crashed airplane, helmet shot to pieces, rusting away gently. I went down to pick up what I thought was a bottle. I would just finish very quickly. I pulled out of the earth of that forest a human skull. It was a Russian boy because he had good teeth and no fillings. And the Germans might have had fillings and the Germans buried their dead. That's what Vladimir Putin's game is. That's what Putin's war is. He's trying to turn the clock back. He's living in the past. He's lost the plot completely, and the Russian people know that. They just have to wake up. The young people in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and elsewhere tonight know that. So please, let's not pretend to have some kind of objectivity. That's for the birds, frankly, at the moment. This is such a serious moment. I'm speaking straight from the heart, and I hope your viewers understand that, Francois. Okay?
All right. I want to at this point bring in from Moscow Dmitry Babich. We've been stunned here in the West by what's going on, an invasion by land, by sea, by air, the biggest of its kind on European soil in decades over the last 48 hours. We're still coming to grasps with it. First off, let's talk about the sanctions issue. What hurts more? These attempts to cut Russia off from the financial system, or things like moving the Champions League final, barring Russia from the Eurovision Song Contest? They can seem frivolous in the face of what's going on. But this idea of cutting Russia off culturally, economically from the rest of the continent, which hurts more?
So please tell me, what was the name of the last speaker? Because I didn't quite hear.
Nick Holdsworth in Moscow.
Well, I also went to this Yeltsino village in Orel region more recently, and now it's doing much better than in 1991 when he came there. And since he decided to shed objectivity, I'm also going to be quite straightforward. What I just heard was demonization, the typical modern Western attacking technology, demonization of a leader of a certain country. We had demonization of the president of Iraq. We had the demonization of the president of Yugoslavia. Before we had all of these onslaughts on land, on sea, on air, as you just described.
We can show you live images that are happening right now, Dmitry, from St. Petersburg, of arrests of peaceful protesters, anti-war protesters being arrested. Is that demonization or is that just fact?
So basically, for me, the most important thing, first, about the sanctions. sanctions are not going to work because something much more important is involved here. This is survival. Survival not only of Russia, but also of many Russian people in Ukraine. For 8 years, the new regime, which came to power in Kiev through violence, the Western media kept saying that these people were peaceful protesters. Look at the official figure. 38 policemen killed in 2014. Hundreds maimed.
Yeah, they've had a couple of elections since. One final question for you. Why are we having a full-scale war, and why is Vladimir Putin intent on removing the president of a democratically elected president of a sovereign nation?
Well, I think the answer to this riddle, we got it today when Mr. Zelensky, for the first time in several years, mentioned the word neutral status for his country. If he had agreed to talk about Ukraine's neutral status a year ago, a month ago, this would not have happened. But he was afraid. He was afraid of Ukrainian Nazis who stormed his office several times during his short tenure in office. He was also afraid of his Western curators. And he first mentioned it now when the American embassy and the American instructors have fled to Lviv, which was built by Poles and which is actually called Lvov. The people who built it called Lvov.
We have to. All right, Dmitry Babich, I want to thank you so much for joining us from Moscow at this time. I want to cross to Anna Garmish, who is with us from Geneva. Again, this idea of competing narratives, and I just want to ask you, when you see the reaction of the rest of the world, we've outlined here the contrasting views within Russia, but when you see the rest of the world, and you're sitting in Geneva right now, what are your thoughts?
Frankly, I've been observing the reactions of the Western world because previously I lived in Paris, now I live in Geneva, for quite a few years now, well, namely 8 years since the annexation of Crimea and the beginning of war in Donbass. And frankly, at the very beginning, it was very hard to get to see any support. The Russian narrative about Ukrainian being Nazis and everything that has just been mentioned by the previous speaker has been pushed way more heavily. Currently, we finally hear words of support that we have been desperately needing since 8 years.
And we do get a sense of that perhaps is changing. We had a different tone over the last couple of days. We've talked with Craig Kapitas just now about perhaps a different change of stance when it comes to financial sanctions, with the German finance minister making that move. We had a strong speech on Thursday by the UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, pledging to resist what he called creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli.
The UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance. These powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
Nico Hines, cutting Russia out of the city. We've had Russian money in London on the watch of many a prime minister from both sides of the aisle. Is this a major turning point?
Always with Boris Johnson, the hyperbole is strong, and there definitely is the possibility. There's no reason why Britain can't take really strong, effective unilateral action, because the City of London is an absolutely crucial central hub of banking and finance all around the world. At the moment, what the British government has actually said it's going to do doesn't measure up to those words about it being the strongest package of sanctions that Russia's ever seen, but it could do if it wanted to. There's no reason that not only could London ban every single Russian bank from having anything to do with the financial institutions in London. They could also say to any other bank, for example, Cypriot banks, or there was a famous bank in Tanzania that used to deal with a lot of dodgy money coming in from Moscow and laundering it. There's no reason why the City of London can't say to any of those banks, if you are caught dealing with this dodgy Russian money, you won't be able to deal with the financial institutions in London. And I think that genuinely would have a really strong impact on the main problem here, which is dealing with the rampant corruption in Russia.
And is there a boomerang effect? With the natural gas that we mentioned earlier, it's obvious. There's a question of high home heating bills in nations like Italy, Germany, and even though we have a lot of nuclear plants, even here in France, if ever the tap is shut. What about if you block Russian money out of the City of London? Are the British ready to take pain?
No, would be the simple answer. But honestly, I don't think there would be a huge amount of pain. I think the people that would suffer the most pain are some sort of minor Conservative MPs who get rather nice donations from Russian-linked backers. But to be honest, that's all even... Come on, go ahead.
No, listening.
Oh, sorry. It's all actually quite small money. So I don't think there would be any huge impact on the British economy. It's just a question of whether there's the resolve to actually do that. And I think there's a really good example today, which is Manchester United stopping its partnership with Aeroflot. And I think if Manchester United, one of the most soulless corporations on earth, realises that it needs to read the room and rethink some of these relationships, then I think maybe even the Conservative Party in Britain will do so too.
All right, the list of those who take the Kremlin's money runs long. We all know about the former German Chancellor, Gerhard Schroeder. He holds senior positions at energy giant Rosneft and at the Gazprom pipeline project. He, by the way, has just been nominated to join the board of directors at Gazprom. France's former Conservative Prime Minister, François Fillon, this Friday, we show these images, by the way, are from last week. He was in the company of Russia's deputy prime minister in Moscow, Alexander Novak. He has just resigned from the boards of 2 Russian firms. The pressure had been growing on Fillon for a little while. As for Fillon's former boss, well, he still seems a little bit to be giving Russia the benefit of the doubt. These remarks from earlier this Friday.
The time for de-escalation must come. The only possible way, the only way is diplomacy. The alternative to diplomacy is total war.
Craig Capitas, Nicolas Sarkozy, who grew closer to Putin when he was doing that mediating during the 2008 war in Georgia. But there's a broader question here, which is, right now, the world is outraged. And again, those words of Boris Johnson, we won't let this become sort of a fait accompli, the new normal. How much soft power can Putin still have? And how much influence can he still have?
It really depends how much money he wants to continue.
Because we have a presidential election coming up here. And many of the candidates have given Putin more than just a long leash.
Well, one of the greatest lines ever written from For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway is, there are many who do not know they are fascists, but will find out when the time comes. Well, now is the time. Monsieur Fillon, how about giving that money back or donating it to the Ukraine? And what about you, Gerhard Schroeder? As for Sarkozy, I'm sorry. There's a right side of things on this issue and a wrong side of things. And at this point in time, people like Fillon, Schroeder, and Sarkozy are on the wrong side of history. They're on the wrong side of morality. Full stop.
Anna Garmesh, we are seeing the Swiss this Friday announcing banking sanctions. Is there, again, this feeling that we're at some kind of tipping point?
I really hope so. As I said, Ukraine has asked for sanctions for quite a while against Russia. Now we're finally seeing a ramp up that looks somewhat decent. We need more. We definitely need more. We were talking previously about cutting Russia off SWIFT. Well, that needs to happen, and fast. And more generally, Ukraine needs support. It's not just sanctions on Russia, but also support to Ukraine, including military support. This is desperately, desperately needed. You've seen, you've shown just a few minutes ago the fighting that was ongoing. Human lives and Ukrainian state and freedom and its ability to determine its own future is at stake, as well as Europe's security.
Europe's security. As we watch this ground offensive, as we measure the response, again, most still days by Vladimir Putin. And remember all that's happened just inside of this week. On Monday, Ukraine watched with bemusement this tape-delayed television version of Russia's Security Council, where top ministers issued their reports and the president graded them. And then later that evening, Putin recognizing the breakaway republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. There was a press conference the following day where he warns Ukraine to demilitarize or else. And then finally that ominous 6 a.m. speech Thursday where the Russian president vowed to, quote, denazify Ukraine, while also warning the West.
Whoever should try to stop us and further create threats for our country, for our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history.
And Nick Holdsworth, just to be clear for our viewers, is that a veiled threat of using nuclear weapons?
Sorry, Francois, didn't quite catch the question.
Is what we heard from Vladimir Putin there a veiled threat to use nuclear weapons?
Absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Why don't you ask Dmitry Babich?
Hey, Nick, you know, you were saying that you got there in 91. I got there before you, you know, in the Soviet time. And I have to say that because we are speaking from a democratic society here in France. Back in my day, there was a word called savok, which was the little pan.
I know what a savok is.
Yeah, remember the little
Sure.
pan that you pick up the dog poop with, and you called people who worked for these Kremlin guys, they were known as savoki. And I think it's real important to point out that yes, France 24 is a public broadcaster, but we are not being censored here. We don't have military censorship. We are telling the truth. We have some great correspondents in the fields who are seeing things and are telling the truth. And I just don't like to hear lies.
It's just the beginning.
I will
right
say
now.
to you, Craig, Francois, I hope it's okay.
Go ahead.
I hope it's okay, Francois, to say this. Craig, you're quite right. You got here before me. I've been here long enough. I don't know if you speak Russian, but yeah, I absolutely know what a Slovak. You speak it badly, I speak it well. I know exactly what a Slovak is, and I know what an enabler is, to use a word that our Western audience will understand. I would very much like to sit there and have a cup of coffee and a chat with Dmitry. So Dmitry, if you're still online and listening, let's meet and have a conversation, eye to eye, face to face. I'm not afraid to speak the truth from my heart, because I love and care for the Russian people. And I don't want to hear, as I've heard from some Ukrainian friends recently, that the Russian people, the Russians are the enemy. That really hurts me.
Maladies.
I love my Ukrainian friends dearly. I love my Russian friends dearly. And let's be straight about this. What we're talking about is Putin's war. And I did not demonize him. Dmitry Babich, if you're still listening, we can have a cup of coffee anytime. I'll happily talk to you in any venue of your choosing here in Moscow at the time of your choice if I'm not working.
All right,
Let's talk face to face, Dmitry.
I'm
willing to listen you out.
I hope Dmitry Babich
I'm
is
just going
listening.
to very quickly. Yeah, I'm just going to very quickly say, I did not demonize Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is a human being like all of us. Look, it was tongue-in-cheek when I asked the lady in the kiosk, the newspaper kiosk today, about does he have a soul? Yeah, it's tongue-in-cheek. Of course the man has a soul and a heart. He's not using them. He's not using his emotional intelligence. Perhaps he doesn't possess any emotional intelligence. I haven't met him, but I've been in the same room with him. I've observed him very, very carefully over the last 22 years. He says what he means. I think it was one of our correspondents, it might have been Rob Parsons, or maybe it was Angus Roxburgh writing in The Guardian yesterday or today, I forget which. Angus Roxburgh knows him personally because worked for the Kremlin for a while, former BBC correspondent here. I remember him from way back in the 90s. Vladimir Putin says what he means. Vladimir Putin, I don't think, is speaking from the heart. He's speaking from his head, from his ego, from his damaged self, if you would like to put it in those terms. I did not demonize him. He's a human being. He's not the devil. And at the same time, what Vladimir Putin is doing in Putin's war is living out some kind of fantasy in his head about Russian greatness, as Craig so correctly pointed out earlier. I was so pleased to hear a reference way back to Alexander III. If I'm not mistaken, no, it was, I think
only
it was
on France 24.
Blown up by the bomb.
No, it was, yeah, it was.
Just
only on France 24, absolutely.
Just before we go, Nico Hines, I want to put this to Nico Hines because we're seeing that we're really in uncharted territory. This is very different from what happened when there was the war in the Balkans. It's different from 2008. This is happening at the doorstep of EU and NATO members. And again, I hark back to those words of Vladimir Putin warning the West. We are in uncharted territory.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to say with any confidence after what's happened over the last week. It's very difficult to say with any confidence at all that Vladimir Putin wouldn't actually use nuclear weapons if it came to it. I do think it's a very different situation in terms of, I think there's been some speculation over the last sort of 12 hours or so of perhaps further incursions into Moldova or even into Poland. I think it's very unlikely that Putin would move into a NATO country because what he's acting out now is what he believes his entitled view as a bad Russian historian, that he can somehow recreate this ancient Russian empire, and he thinks that he has a God-given right or a Stalin-given right to take and exercise control over the people of Ukraine. And I think what's clear is that he does genuinely believe that. So I think what he's doing at the moment is acting that out rather than simply trying to upset or antagonize the West.
One final word from you, Anna Garmisch, your friends, your family back in Ukraine. What's their mindset this evening?
Their mindset, whether it's this evening or for the past few days, frankly, even yesterday, they're obviously anxious. Obviously, they want all this to end. However, everybody wants to avoid panic and be as ready as they can, because it's time to, now for them, it's time to fight, to protect their family, to protect their friends. It's time to protect their country.
Anna Garmisch in Geneva, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank Nico Hines in London, Nick Holdsworth in Moscow, Craig Kapitas. Thank you for being with us here in a special edition of The World This Week.
Звони маме, говори, чтобы метро шла.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know.
Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
Все?
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Ukraine's president sends a message of resilience to his citizens from the streets of Kiev tonight. Volodymyr Zelensky remaining put in the country despite being the Kremlin's top target. Over 50,000 Ukrainians flee to neighboring countries in the past 48 hours. The UN's refugee agency warning 100,000 people have been internally displaced. And global powers aim to alienate Moscow on the world stage. With a vote due in the UN Security Council, one Moscow is almost certain to veto. Thank you very much for joining us for our special coverage here on France 24. Now, Russia continued to invade Ukraine for a second day today. According to U.S. intelligence, the Russian side have lost momentum this Friday, but warned that things could intensify. Russian forces are closing in on the capital, Kiev. Hopes for a dramatic breakthrough, meanwhile, were dimmed today, this after an offer from Ukraine's president to designate the country non-aligned broke down over the proposed venue for the talks. Now, for more on how Russia's invasion of Ukraine is progressing, here's Monty Francis reporting.
You could hear the sounds of war on Friday, just a few miles north of central Kiev, as Russian troops entered the Ukrainian capital. With the streets deserted, Ukraine's defense ministry urged people to stay indoors and to prepare Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. Some heeded the advice, taking cover in underground metro stations, while others fled. At a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, Ukrainian forces battled with Russian helicopters, shooting flares to send heat-guided missiles off course. The Kremlin said on Friday it was willing to negotiate, but only if Ukraine laid down its arms.
We are ready for negotiations at any moment. As soon as the armed forces of Ukraine respond to the call of our president, they must stop resisting and lay down their arms.
Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones, and 1 helicopter. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he and his family have been personally targeted, and he denounced Russia in a televised address.
They say that civilian objects are not a target for them, but this is another lie. They do not distinguish between areas in which they operate.
On Snake Island, on the edge of Ukraine's territorial waters, Russian forces moved in and issued a chilling warning that elicited a bold reply. Moments later, the ship fired, killing 13 Ukrainian troops. As Ukrainian forces fight back, President Zelensky has declared martial law, barring most men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country.
Now, Vladimir Putin spoke out on day 2 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian president calling on Ukrainian armed forces to take control, adding it would be easier to negotiate with generals instead of President Zelensky. Take a listen.
I say again to the Ukrainian armed forces, take power. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement with you than with the gang of neo-Nazis and drug addicts that have taken the whole Ukrainian people hostage.
Now, Ukraine's president posted a video on his Facebook account this evening. Volodymyr Zelensky trying to keep up spirits of his countrymen given the Russian invasion that's underway.
Good evening to everyone. The leader of the faction is here. The head of the presidential office is here. Prime Minister Shmyhal is here. Podolyak is here. The president is here. We're all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence. That's how it'll go. Glory to our defenders, both male and female. Glory to Ukraine.
Now, over 50,000 Ukrainians have crossed into neighboring states in the past 48 hours. Many of those leaving the country include women and children. This after Ukraine's president banned men of military age from leaving Ukraine. People fleeing the country following Russia's invasion by car, train, and even by foot. For more on the story, we can go across to correspondent Magdalena Hodownik on the Polish border with Ukraine. Good evening, Magdalena. Tell us what you've witnessed today.
Good evening, everyone. I have been here in Przemyśl at the reception point for the Ukrainians created by the local government. And so I've been talking to the Ukrainians who just arrived to Poland, or they would actually arrive yesterday because some of them are still waiting to be picked up and then continue their journey further to Poland to see their relatives or friends or the other countries to Germany, Italy. Indeed, we welcome today are mostly women and kids and elderly people, as men between 18 and 60 years old must stay in Ukraine because of the martial law and to defend the country in case it's needed. So I've been talking to women and kids mostly today. Some of them tell us the stories of bombings, of threats, of loud attacks organized by Russia against Ukrainians. Some of them just say, well, we already lived enough in 2014-15, so this time we didn't really wait. We just packed in 5 minutes and we tried to find a safe place for our kids so they don't need to go through the same stress as they did before.
And Magdalena, what are people telling you, when you speak to them? Because I imagine that there are families being ripped apart by this war, essentially.
Exactly. Also, trains are delayed because they are stopped at the Ukrainian border, the Ukrainian side, and men sometimes are taken out of the trains. Some families decide to stay with their husbands and brothers, and they don't continue the journey without them. Some of them, they continue because they wouldn't be able to defend the country. I mean, I'm speaking of kids, for example. They, of course, say they're very, very worried, but here at the reception point in Przemyśl, they also receive a psychological help if they need someone to talk to. So the Polish people try to welcome them and basically cover all the needs they might actually have. This is a very difficult situation for them.
It is indeed a difficult situation, and unfortunately it doesn't look like there's any resolution in sight just yet. Magdalena, thank you very much for that. Magdalena reporting there from the Polish border with Ukraine. Now, global powers are aiming to alienate Moscow on the world stage this Friday. The UN Security Council set to vote on a draft resolution condemning Russia for invading Ukraine and calls for an immediate withdrawal. Now, Russia, a permanent member of the body, will certainly veto the resolution, but countries like the UK, the US and France are likely to pressure non-aligned, non-permanent members of the Security Council, including India and the United Arab Emirates, to publicly condemn Moscow. NATO leaders held a virtual summit in the face of the ongoing events in Ukraine. The military alliance called Russia the aggressor and Belarus the enabler. NATO says that Moscow has made a strategic mistake, adding all the necessary deployments will be made to ensure a strong deterrence. Take a listen to what the Secretary General had to say.
President Putin's decision to pursue his aggression against Ukraine is a terrible strategic mistake, for which Russia would pay a severe price for years to come. NATO allies and the European Union have already introduced significant sanctions, and many of our partners around the globe have joined us. We must stand ready to do more, even if it means we have to pay a price.
Now, the EU's top diplomat has announced the bloc is imposing sanctions on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the country's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov. The bloc under pressure from Ukraine to ramp up sanctions after member states appear divided over whether to kick Russia out of the SWIFT banking system.
President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov are in the list of sanctioned people, together with the remaining members of the Duma who are supporting this aggression, and also with relevant members of the Russian Security Council. You know very well that this is an important step. Let me flag that the only leaders in the world who are sanctioned by the European Union are Assad from Syria, Lukashenko from Belarus, and now Putin from Russia.
Now, Ukrainian officials are once again pleading with the West to kick Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. The move has been dubbed the nuclear option of sanctions, but it does come with repercussions. If Russian banks were denied access to the SWIFT network, it will undermine Europe's ability to pay for Russian imports. Yinka Oyutade explains.
It's been called the nuclear option of sanctions. Russia's invasion in Ukraine has amplified calls to ban Moscow from SWIFT. As the world's top payment transfer network, SWIFT is seen as essential plumbing for world banks. The Belgian-based service connects some 11,000 lenders around the world, facilitating more than 40 million transactions a day. Banning Russia from SWIFT could devastate its economy. Cross-border transactions would become much more difficult and expensive for financial institutions there, potentially crippling Russian trade.
This is the very last resort, SWIFT, but this is one of the options that remains on the table.
The EU is wary of a ban on Russia. The country is the bloc's fifth largest trading partner. A cut-off could deal a blow to the economies of member states, both in receiving payments on Russian debt and in paying for the Russian gas deliveries they rely on. Russia has been trying to cushion the blow of a potential ban from SWIFT by looking to alternatives.
Russia is developing its own sort of parallel system to SWIFT. And of course, if you take Russia out of the SWIFT system, it will simply seek to develop its own system along with China and become a competitor to SWIFT.
China's cross-border interbank payment system could also be an alternative, but the rival service is much smaller than SWIFT. Moscow could find itself in a similar position as Iran. The country was ejected from SWIFT in 2012. As a result, it lost almost half of its oil export revenue and 30% of its foreign trade.
For more on the situation on the ground in Ukraine, we can go across to our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons, standing by in Kiev. Good evening to you, Rob. Russian forces have not yet taken control of the capital. What sort of resistance are Ukrainian forces putting up?
Well, they're preparing, no question about that. I mean, at the moment, I'm inside the basement of the hotel, which is a makeshift bomb shelter, because as I was waiting on the street to come on air, there were two explosions, one of them loud and close, and another a bit more distant. The hotel's alarm system went off, and we were all told to get into the air raid shelter, which is where I am now. The room I'm in looks rather like a cupboard. But to answer more generally your question, the mood is determined, I would say here. The people on the street who I spoke to today were speaking about the fact that they're not afraid, that they're prepared to fight, that they were arming themselves, that many of them were in territorial defense groups waiting for their commanders to contact them. The government, for its part, has started issuing weapons and instructing people how to make Molotov cocktails. And at the same time as that, we know that the Ukrainian army has been bringing in extra troops into the capital to ensure the defense of the capital. The intention clearly being that if the Russians do surround Kiev and then try to enter Kiev, that there will be really stiff opposition if they try to get into Kiev itself. And judging by what we've seen elsewhere in the country over the last 48 hours, fighting, for instance, in Kharkiv, Chernobyl in the north, and also in the Donbass and around Mariupol, there's no doubt that the Russians are finding that the opposition from the Ukrainian armed forces is tougher than they seem to have expected. They're not making very much progress. They haven't captured any of the major cities yet, one or two small towns, but no major cities. And they're having to reroute their attack, it seems, towards Kiev. So it's not all going well for the Russians at the moment. They have an advantage. Their army is larger, better equipped. They have the advantage of air power over Ukraine as well. But at the moment, the Ukrainians are putting up pretty stiff resistance.
Rob, in the past 24 hours, we have Ukrainian authorities who come out to criticize the West for not kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. I want to ask you what ordinary citizens are telling you. Do they feel let down by the West tonight?
Well, it's a mixed bag, I think, the reaction from ordinary Ukrainian citizens. On the one hand, they do appreciate the support they're getting from the West. And their orientation is quite clearly to the West. There was an opinion poll carried out here about a week ago. 68% of Ukrainians want to become part of the European Union. 64% want to become part of NATO. That has gone up since the hostilities with the Russians have started. But there's no doubt that they would have preferred the West to offer more in the way of not just financial support, which has been offered to Ukraine, but military support as well. That doesn't necessarily mean troops on the ground, because I don't think many people here entertained any real hope that that was going to happen, but they would have liked more military supplies to be brought into the country. Some have supplied Ukraine with weapons: United States, the United Kingdom, Poland, the Baltic countries, but Germany didn't, quite conspicuously, and there was a lot of ill feeling about that in Ukraine. And today somebody asked me, who came up to me whilst I was standing just about to go on air, and asked me what television company I work for. I told them France 24, and they said, why isn't France helping us more? Why isn't France sending us weapons? Well, the answer to that now is that President Macron has promised that there will be weapons as part of that new package for Ukraine, but up until now, there has not been a supply of weapons to Ukraine, because the French rather shared the view of the Germans that they didn't want to supply weapons to a potential conflict zone. But by and large, the population here recognizes that the West is behind them and appreciates that, but they would like a bit more.
And Rob, how are people viewing Vladimir Zelensky's leadership? Because earlier I mentioned that he came out, he was on the streets of Kiev tonight and posted a video to his Facebook page where he's basically told people, I'm here, the leadership is here, we're fighting.
Yeah, I think he's going through a period, where he will enjoy the support of the Ukrainian people, because this is an existential moment for all Ukrainians, for the country and for the individual Ukrainians who make up the population of this country. They want to stand behind their president. They appreciate the fact that he has stayed in the capital, has made his presence felt. He's been showing himself on television inside the capital so that people can see that he is sharing the dangers with them. So at this moment, whatever the views of Ukrainians might have been of his political leadership in the months leading up to this conflict, at the moment, they seem to be solid behind him.
Rob, thank you very much for the update. Rob Parsons reporting from a bomb shelter in Kiev. Now, for more on this story, we can go across to Olga Oliker, Program Director, Europe and Central Asia at the International Crisis Group. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24. Now, yesterday, the US, the UK and Europe ramped up their sanctions on Russia. Kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system was saved for a later date. Will these sanctions that have been imposed have the short-term impacts that the West is hoping they will have?
I don't think the West is hoping they will have a short-term impact. You imposed sanctions in the first place because Plan A has failed, right? Plan A was where you threatened the sanctions and hoped that that threat would deter the other actor, in this case, Russia. So that didn't work. Russia went ahead and launched a full-scale attack on Ukraine. So then you still have to impose the sanctions. You threaten to do something, you have to do something. If they are to work to actually dissuade the country, well, they have to work over a long period of time, and even that is uncertain. So, at this point, they're punishment.
Okay, so sanctions are punishment at this point in time. But I want to ask you, because Ukrainian authorities have been vocally critical of Europe's reluctance to impose the toughest sanction of all, which is kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. Will that have an immediate impact? Because right now the aim for the West is to have Russia change course.
The aim for the West is to have Russia change course. So what do sanctions do? They hurt, and they send a signal that you are very, very, very unhappy. So far, sanctions have not changed Russia's course. Whether you can get a sanction high enough to change Russia's course is not clear. I think one of the reasons the Ukrainians are pushing for it, though, is because they do want the punishment, and that's very understandable because they are being punished for no particularly good reason. And they want it to be very, very clear to Russia that it is going to be isolated from the world community if it continues on this path. And then they want that isolation to happen. This is not an unreasonable position, but expecting that Russia will immediately, upon having been frozen out of SWIFT, say, oh gosh, we made a terrible mistake, let's roll all of this back, is unrealistic.
I want to talk about alienating Russia, because that's exactly what global powers are going to try and do in a few hours' time in the UN Security Council. We expect a vote on a draft resolution to take place, one that is largely symbolic because Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council, so is going to veto it. So is China, most likely. But eyes will be on what states like India, the United Arab Emirates do, and allies have been, I assume, working the phone lines between Delhi and Abu Dhabi.
I believe they have. Look, this has shocked the world. And it's interesting, right? We've certainly seen wars of aggression before. They happen quite a bit. But Russia's attack on Ukraine, Russia's attack on a neighboring country with which it claims to have long-standing ties, with which it does have long-standing ties. And it's an attack that's so brutal and so intense and so there's absolutely no reason for it, right? It's Russia's main quarrel isn't even with Ukraine, it's with Western powers. So I think for that reason, it's drawing a lot of shock and surprise. I think there's also the factor, as the Kenyan permanent representative of the United Nations pointed out earlier, when Russia moved to recognize the breakaway portions of Ukraine that it had been backing since 2014, that when you have an imperial power target a former colony in this way, it sends a very, very scary message to all the countries in the world that have these colonial experiences. And, I think that's absolutely something that will be coloring the way that states respond.
Earlier today we had Volodymyr Zelensky, who sort of gave us an inkling of what Ukraine could do to avert a full-out, crisis, and that could be potentially for the country to have a non-aligned status in the future. Is this something that Russia would entertain?
So Ukraine had non-bloc status, that is non-aligned status, in its constitution in 2014 when the war began, right? This current full-scale attack is, of course, a huge, huge escalation. But the war actually began in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea and then supported the separatists in the east and brought in troops to back them when they fought Ukrainian forces. At that point, Ukraine was legally, according to its own laws, committed to this non-bloc status. So for Russia, I don't see why a Ukrainian commitment would actually be enough. How would it, why would it last? If it's changed once, it's changed twice, it could change any number of times again. I mean, for this reason, I think Russia was demanding that NATO renounce any option of expanding, especially to Ukraine or Georgia. So you have that double commitment. But I think even that isn't quite what Russia is looking for. Russia isn't looking for a neutral Ukraine. Russia is looking for an obedient Ukraine.
An obedient Ukraine. And I want to ask you about Russia's ambitions, because right now we have Russia in Ukraine trying to get the capital, Kiev. But does Russia want to go further, potentially to take over Moldova as well?
So I don't think in this particular campaign that would be a wise move. Look, if Russia is successful militarily and gains control of all or part of Ukraine, it has a massive job on its hands, a massive occupation. Whether it then tries to do that itself or try to put in local forces, that's going to be hard. We're seeing how much Ukrainians resist this. So I can't imagine they're going to then enthusiastically go on somewhere else. This said, if they do feel that the operation is a success, they may be dizzy with that success and indeed move on elsewhere. That would be an even bigger mistake on their part.
It seems that the West is fearful of Russia growing closer to China in the aftermath of the events that have taken place in Ukraine. Do you feel that is likely to happen?
So Russia and China have been aligned, not formally allied, but aligned. They work together a lot. They agree on a lot of things. They challenge United States leadership consistently together. This will lead Russia potentially to look to China for more economic support, certainly in the face of the sanctions, just as it did incidentally in 2014. But whether this actually changes their alignment particularly, well, it changes it in the sense that Russia becomes more dependent on China, but the overall relationship was already quite close.
Olga Oliker, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us on the program tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Our coverage of the war in Ukraine continues on France 24. Stay with us.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know this. It's the thing.
People like go into the war like usual.
Блять, звони маме, говори, что в метро шла.
Да нет, там я видел рубашку, там все равно.
Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
For those of you just joining us, this is France 24's ongoing coverage of the Russian invasion underway in Ukraine. Russia has continued its invasion for a second day today. According to US intelligence, the Russian side have lost momentum this Friday, but there are warnings that things could intensify. Russian forces are closing in on the capital, Kiev. Hopes for a diplomatic breakthrough, meanwhile, were dimmed today. This after an offer from Ukraine's president to designate the country non-aligned broke down over the proposed venue for the talks. For more on how Russia's invasion of Ukraine is progressing, here's Monty Francis reporting.
You could hear the sounds of war on Friday, just a few miles north of central Kiev, as Russian troops entered the Ukrainian capital. With the streets deserted, Ukraine's defense ministry urged people to stay indoors and to prepare Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. Some heeded the advice, taking cover in underground metro stations, while others fled. At a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, Ukrainian forces battled with Russian helicopters, shooting flares to send heat-guided missiles off course. The Kremlin said on Friday it was willing to negotiate, but only if Ukraine laid down its arms.
We are ready for negotiations at any moment. As soon as the armed forces of Ukraine respond to the call of our president, they must stop resisting and lay down their arms.
Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones, and 1 helicopter. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he and his family have been personally targeted, and he denounced Russia in a televised address.
They say that civilian objects are not a target for them, but this is another lie. They do not distinguish between areas in which they operate.
On Snake Island, on the edge of Ukraine's territorial waters, Russian forces moved in and issued a chilling warning that elicited a bold reply. Moments later, the ship fired, killing 13 Ukrainian troops. As Ukrainian forces fight back, President Zelensky has declared martial law, barring most men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country.
Vladimir Putin has spoken out on day 2 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian president calling on Ukrainian armed forces to take control, adding it would be easier to negotiate with generals instead of the current president, Zelensky.
I say again to the Ukrainian armed forces, take power. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement with you than with the gang of neo-Nazis and drug addicts that have taken the whole Ukrainian people hostage.
In news just coming into us, the United Kingdom has imposed asset freezes on the Russian president and a foreign minister. They've been added to the sanctions list on the UK. And the United States says it will likely be sanctioning, this is according to CNN, be sanctioning the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, by the end of today. Now, Ukraine's president posted a video on his Facebook account this evening. Volodymyr Zelensky trying to keep up spirits of his countrymen given the Russian invasion that's underway. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Good evening to everyone. The leader of the faction is here. The head of the presidential office is here. Prime Minister Shmyhal is here. Podolyak is here. The president is here. We're all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence. That's how it'll go. Glory to our defenders, both male and female. Glory to Ukraine.
Ukraine's president speaking there from the streets of Kiev tonight. Now, earlier, I spoke to our chief of foreign editor, Rob Parsons, who is in Kiev, and asked him about what sort of resistance Ukrainian forces are putting up in the capital.
At the moment, I'm inside the basement of the hotel, which is a makeshift bomb shelter, because as I was waiting on the street to come on air, there were 2 explosions, one of them loud and close, and another a bit more distant. The hotel's alarm system went off, and we were all told to get into the air raid shelter, which is where I am now. The room I'm in looks rather like a cupboard. But to answer more generally your question, the mood is determined, I would say here. The people on the street who I spoke to today were speaking about the fact that they're not afraid, that they're prepared to fight, that they were arming themselves, that many of them were in territorial defense groups waiting for their commanders to contact them. The government, for its part, has started issuing weapons and instructing people how to make Molotov cocktails. And at the same time as that, we know that the Ukrainian army has been bringing in extra troops into the capital to ensure the defense of the capital. The intention clearly being that if the Russians do surround Kiev and then try to enter Kiev, that there will be really stiff opposition if they try to get into Kiev itself. And judging by what we've seen elsewhere in the country over the last 48 hours, fighting, for instance, in Kharkiv, Chernobyl in the north, and also in the Donbass and around Mariupol, there's no doubt that the Russians are finding that the opposition from the Ukrainian armed forces is tougher than they seem to have expected. They're not making very much progress. They haven't captured any of the major cities yet, one or two small towns, but no major cities. And they're having to reroute their attack, it seems, towards Kiev. So, you know, it's not all going well for the Russians at the moment. They have an advantage. Their army is larger, better equipped. They have the advantage of air power over Ukraine as well. But at the moment, the Ukrainians are putting up pretty stiff resistance.
Rob, you know, in the past 24 hours, we have Ukrainian authorities who come out to criticize the West for not kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. I want to ask you what ordinary citizens are telling you. Do they feel let down by the West tonight?
Well, it's a mixed bag, I think, the reaction from ordinary Ukrainian citizens. You know, on the one hand, they do appreciate the support they're getting from the West. And you know, their orientation is quite clearly to the West. There was an opinion poll carried out here about a week ago. 68% of Ukrainians want to become part of the European Union, 64% want to become part of NATO. That has gone up since the hostilities with the Russians have started. But there's no doubt that they would have preferred the West to offer more in the way of not just financial support, which has been offered to Ukraine, but military support as well. That doesn't necessarily mean troops on the ground, because I don't think many people here entertained any real hope that that was going to happen, but they would have liked more military supplies to be brought into the country. Some have supplied Ukraine with weapons. United States, the United Kingdom, Poland, the Baltic countries, but Germany didn't, quite conspicuously, and there was a lot of ill feeling about that in Ukraine. And today somebody asked me, who came up to me whilst I was standing just about to go on air, and asked me what television company I work for. I told them France 24, and they said, why isn't France helping us more? Why isn't France sending us weapons? Well, the answer to that now is that President Macron has promised that there will be weapons as part of that new package for Ukraine. But up until now, there has not been a supply of weapons to Ukraine, because the French rather shared the view of the Germans that they didn't want to supply weapons to a potential conflict zone. But by and large, you know, the population here recognizes that the West is behind them and appreciates that, but they would like a bit more.
And Rob, how are people viewing Volodymyr Zelensky's leadership? Because earlier I mentioned that he came out, he was on the streets of Kiev tonight and posted a video to his Facebook page where he's basically told people, I'm here, the leadership is here, we're fighting.
Yeah, I think he's going through a period, you know, where he will enjoy the support of the Ukrainian people, because this is an existential moment for all Ukrainians, for the country and for the individual Ukrainians who make up the population of this country. You know, they want to stand behind their president. They appreciate the fact that he has stayed in the capital, has made himself. He's made his presence felt. He's been showing himself on television inside the capital so that people can see that he is sharing the dangers with them. So at this moment, whatever the views of Ukrainians might have been of his political leadership in the months leading up to this conflict, at the moment, they seem to be solid behind him.
For more on this story, we can bring in our international affairs editor, Armin Georgian. Good evening, Armin.
Good evening.
Hey, you saw that Rob Parsons, our colleague, was speaking to us from a bomb shelter in Kiev. Clearly, the Russians amping up their efforts to take the capital, Kiev.
Yeah, and, just to develop that idea that he mentioned about how Russian forces seem to be encountering bigger resistance than had perhaps been expected by their military leaders. There was a slightly ominous sign of a possible shift in Vladimir Putin's televised remarks earlier in the day when he said, please don't use civilians as human shields. So he was essentially accusing the Ukrainian side of putting military assets in places with civilians deliberately, and that's been taken as a sign that possibly Russia will at some point consider switching its tactics, using much bigger firepower that would result in civilian casualties, ostensibly to take out these military assets that allegedly, according to Putin, are being hidden among civilians. That would be a major shift. I've seen various military analysts today talk about this as a possible shift. It hasn't happened yet because up until now the Russian authorities have said, their goal is not to attack civilians, even though civilians have been killed, and there are some pretty harrowing videos on various channels and on social media of civilian casualties. But there hasn't been a sort of Grozny type tactics, those famous pictures of Grozny and Chechnya, which just totally destroyed buildings everywhere like a moonscape. The Russian military so far has avoided trying to turn Ukraine into another Grozny, presumably because that would make it very difficult later to have any sort of political plan for actually taking over and executing a policy of turning Ukraine away from the West. But if this offensive doesn't go as Putin expects, then one can't rule out a shift in military tactics and possibly more civilian deaths. That is certainly the fear, and it's something that defense analysts have been talking about quite a bit today.
Armin, for a couple of hours today, there was some hope that a diplomatic breakthrough could be reached in this crisis, but a move that Germany's foreign minister called a poisoned offer. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so this was a curious twist earlier in the day. Firstly, this is going back quite a few hours now. President Zelensky, I think it was in a Facebook post, he said where, because he tends to communicate that way for official statements, and he said, I'm willing to talk to the Russian leadership to stop the fighting, and that can include talks on the neutral status of Ukraine, provided that Ukraine gets security guarantees from other countries. That was followed quickly by a statement from the Russian government saying, we're ready to talk, maybe talks could happen in Minsk. But then not long after that, President Putin effectively, seemingly buried that idea with this very angry message on television about, neo-Nazis and drug addicts in charge in Kiev, and asking the Ukrainian army to take power, which is obviously not exactly, a sort of a rational thing that reflects the current realities on the ground. So all of this, his address essentially seemed to sort of put paid to this diplomatic effort, if it ever really existed, a very, very, very fledgling effort. And I think tonight that we've seen these pictures of President Zelensky out in the open with his inner circle, sending that message to his fellow countrymen and women that he's sort of front and center trying to resist all this in Kiev. I think any sort of diplomatic opening with Russia seems to be have really closed very, very quickly. If it, as I said, if it ever was really open.
But that's the thing. It proves that this, in fact, was a poisoned offer, because Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky wanted to change the location of this potential meeting from Minsk to Warsaw.
Yeah.
Because Belarus has been complicit. Let's not forget in this invasion of Ukraine. Earlier today, we had the NATO Secretary General who called Belarus the enabler. Armin.
Yeah, I think we probably should leave this sort of diplomatic thing to one side, because it really doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem to me, as we speak tonight, Delano, that that's really a going concern. My sense is that for now, the Russian military is going to see how far it can get with this encirclement of Kiev. And try, before they agree to any sort of diplomatic, whatever it may be, they're going to see how much they can gain on the ground and see if, I think they're going to do another roll of the dice when it comes to this, what British intelligence talked about, maximum decapitation strategy, trying to take out top Ukrainian officials, capture them or, arrest them, whatever. Something along those lines. I think, given the attack on Kiev this evening, right now, as we speak, that seems to be very much what the Russian military offensive is focused on.
Armin, thank you very much for that. Armin Georgian there. Now, over 50,000 Ukrainians have crossed into neighboring states in the past 48 hours. Many of those leaving the country include women and children. This after Ukraine's president banned men of military age from leaving Ukraine. People fleeing the country are following Russia's invasion by car, train, and even by foot. For more on this story, here's Magdalena Hodownik reporting from the Polish border with Ukraine.
I have been here in Przemyśl at the reception point for the Ukrainians created by the local government. So I've been talking to the Ukrainians who just arrived to Poland, or they would actually arrive yesterday, because some of them are still waiting to be picked up and then continue the journey further to Poland to see their relatives or friends, or the other countries, to Germany, Italy. Indeed, we welcome today are mostly women and kids and elderly people, as men between 18 and 60 years old must stay in Ukraine because of the martial law and to defend the country in case it's needed. So we have been, I've been talking to women and kids mostly today. Some of them tell us the stories of bombings, of threats, of loud attacks organized by Russia against Ukrainians. Some of them just say, well, we already lived enough in 2014-15, so this time we didn't really wait. We just packed in 5 minutes and we tried to find a safe place for our kids so they don't need to go through the same stress as they did before.
And Magdalena, what are people telling you, when you speak to them? Because I imagine that there are families being ripped apart by this war, essentially.
Exactly. Also, trains are delayed because they are stopped at the Ukrainian border, the Ukrainian side, and men sometimes are taken out of the trains. Some families decide to stay with their husbands and brothers, and they don't continue the journey without them. Some of them, they continue because they wouldn't be able to defend the country. I mean, I'm speaking of kids, for example. They, of course, say they're very, very worried, but here at the reception point in Przemyśl, they also receive a psychological help if they need someone to talk to. So the Polish people try to welcome them and basically cover all the needs they might actually have. This is a very difficult situation for them.
Magdalena Hodownik reporting there. Time next for a Truth or Fake segment with Catalina Marchand de Abreu. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you. Let's debunk the misinformation coming out from this Russian invasion of Ukraine, and you're going to start with a TikTok video.
Exactly. This is a war on misinformation as well, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine represents a huge opportunity for many to spread fake news on social media. Let's start with this first example. We see paratroopers, as they say, jumping off a plane and invading a country on TikTok. This video has 188,000 views. It was posted on February 24th, so this was yesterday on the first official day of invasion. Here's the second video. It was also posted. The fact that TikTok used to be a dancing app and now you can watch Russia's invasion of Ukraine is absolutely mind-boggling. This user also posted, this is just the craziest timeline. Paratroopers, TikTok, their invasion of Ukraine. This would be mind-boggling if it were true, Delano, because we found the original post on this Instagram page. We can't confirm the identity or the origin of this man, but we can confirm that this video, same video, was posted on his Instagram page on August 25th, 2015. So it was clearly not on February 24th, 2022.
So
not yesterday.
Crazy. And
So
it was shared 180,000 times.
it was viral on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. Then we have this video. It's a video of a drone attacking Russian tanks, apparently, with the hashtag Russian tanks. So why are we showing a screenshot of it? It was posted on Nexa TV, and it was actually deleted on Twitter as I was creating this segment because it violated Twitter's platform rules. It's important to say that Nexa TV is a Belarus online media. It has a big following, as you can see. So it's important to verify the sources, but we did find this video elsewhere. So it was shared other places saying, warning, violent contact, Ukraine drone destroys Russian tanks. And here you could see this is the drone footage of this drone destroying a Russian tank. When we found the original video, Delano, it was on Clash Report, posted on March 3rd, 2020. And it's actually a Syrian regime convoy consisting of tanks and armored vehicles were completely destroyed. So this was from a video from South Idlib, Delano. It wasn't from and you could see that they were also posting Ukrainian attacks. So there was the pro-Russian version of it saying, look, this Ukrainian drone is attacking Russian tanks, and a pro-Ukrainian point of view saying, look, our forces are doing well, we successfully attacked a drone. So this is just different ways that they're manipulating public opinion.
Catalina, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delano.
Catalina there with our Truth or Fake segment. Our coverage of the war in Ukraine continues. Stay with us. This is France 24.
Блять, звони маме, говори, чтобы в метро шла.
Oh shit. Yeah, they know.
Держи меня, ладно? По возможности. Ну.
Я, короче, пойду вниз. Сейчас должно
Там целые?
Я посмотрел.
Все?
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Ukraine's president sends a message of resilience to his citizens from the streets of Kiev tonight. Vladimir Zelensky remaining put in the country despite being the Kremlin's top target. Over 50,000 Ukrainians flee to neighboring countries in the past 48 hours. The UN's refugee agency warning 100,000 people have been internally displaced. And global powers aim to alienate Moscow on the world stage. With a vote due in the UN Security Council, one Moscow is almost certain to veto. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24 for our ongoing coverage at this hour. Russia has continued to invade Ukraine for a second straight day today. According to US intelligence, the Russian side have lost momentum this Friday, but have warned that things could intensify. Russian forces are closing in on the capital, Kiev. Hopes for a diplomatic breakthrough were dimmed today. This after an offer from Ukraine's president to designate the country non-aligned broke down over the proposed venue for the talks. Now, earlier I spoke to our chief foreign editor Rob Parsons in Kiev and asked him what sort of resistance Ukrainian forces are putting up. Take a listen to what he had to say.
At the moment, I'm inside the basement of the hotel, which is a makeshift bomb shelter, because as I was waiting on the street to come on air, there were two explosions, one of them loud and close, and another a bit more distant. The hotel's alarm system went off, and we were all told to get into the air raid shelter, which is where I am now. The room I'm in looks rather like a cupboard. But to answer more generally your question, the mood is determined, I would say here. The people on the street who I spoke to today were speaking about the fact that they're not afraid, that they're prepared to fight, that they were arming themselves, that many of them were in territorial defense groups, waiting for their commanders to contact them. The government, for its part, has started issuing weapons and instructing people how to make Molotov cocktails. And at the same time as that, we know that the Ukrainian army has been bringing in extra troops into the capital to ensure the defense of the capital. The intention clearly being that if the Russians do surround Kiev and then try to enter Kiev, that there will be really stiff opposition if they try to get into Kiev itself. And judging by what we've seen elsewhere in the country over the last 48 hours, fighting, for instance, in Kharkiv, Chernobyl in the north, and also in the Donbass and around Mariupol, there's no doubt that the Russians are finding that the opposition from the Ukrainian armed forces is tougher than they seem to have expected. They're not making very much progress. They haven't captured any of the major cities yet, one or two small towns, but no major cities. And they're having to reroute their attack, it seems, towards Kiev. So, you know, it's not all going well for the Russians at the moment. They have an advantage. Their army is larger, better equipped. They have the advantage of air power over Ukraine as well. But at the moment, the Ukrainians are putting up pretty stiff resistance.
Rob, you know, in the past 24 hours, we have Ukrainian authorities who come out to criticize the West for not kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. I want to ask you what ordinary citizens are telling you. Do they feel let down by the West tonight?
Well, it's a mixed bag, I think, the reaction from ordinary Ukrainian citizens. You know, on the one hand, they do appreciate the support they're getting from the West. And you know, their orientation is quite clearly to the West. There was an opinion poll carried out here about a week ago. 68% of Ukrainians want to become part of the European Union, 64% want to become part of NATO. That has gone up since the hostilities with the Russians have started. But there's no doubt that they would have preferred the West to offer more in the way of not just financial support, which has been offered to Ukraine, but military support as well. That doesn't necessarily mean troops on the ground, because I don't think many people here entertained any real hope that that was going to happen, but they